Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony, who is not here, but he's in the chat. Hi, Deli. Joining me today, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, and Senior Market Strategist, Jim Cagnina.
See,
you guys know I have a brain thing with that.
I'm not the only one who forgets my title in the morning, so I feel better now that.
No, it's because macro strategists and market strategists are so close together. I should just say the dream team. I have said that before, and I might just move to that. But anyway, listen, by the time you get to Thursday in the summer, it feels like it's already Saturday. So we're all, especially after all these market moves. Although I will say, fairly quiet overnight. S&P futures higher, NASDAQ lower, oil still below 80. So things are kind of moving a little bit sideways, but we're always one headline away from everything changing. Shai, what are you watching when it comes to the news this morning?
All right. So SK Hynix had another 30% pre-market flash crash on next trade, and tech sold off broadly in Asia, with the Kospi closing down over 4.5%, SK Hynix down 10%, Samsung down just over 6%. That is weighing on the NASDAQ this morning. And moving over to the Strait of Hormuz, 0 tankers crossed the Strait of Hormuz overnight. The wait for an Iran-Oman deal that partially reopens the Strait of Hormuz continued into this morning after the Islamic Republic said an agreement on a proposed shipping lane was in the final stages. Yet they cautioned that a bilateral deal with Oman does not mean the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and has insisted that the U.S. is not part of the agreement with Oman, and hinted that a normalization of the strait will depend on Washington's lifting of its blockade on Iranian ports. We are up a little bit overnight from those overnight lows in crude on that. And then this was interesting. Copper spiked just a little bit ago on news that the Democratic Republic of Congo has banned exports of copper concentrate and cobalt concentrate as it escalates its efforts to force domestic processing and retain more value from its mineral resources.
All right. A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Craig,
data for wait, I forgot data.
Yeah. I was like, wait, don't we have some
data? Yes, data today, guys. 8:30 a.m. Pardon, sorry about that. We have initial jobless claims and continuing claims at 10 a.m. Wholesale trade sales and wholesale inventories. The important number today is obviously those jobless claim numbers.
Yeah, ahead of the big non-farm payroll that we're waiting for on Friday. Craig, how are you feeling about the action? T-Mac made a comment. Well, he's actually being very funny in the chat today, but he also made a comment: more than 4 million S&P 500 call options traded, I think yesterday, the most in history. How are you feeling about the setup today?
Yeah, I'm trying to get as excited about the market as Shai is about the copper export ban from the Congo, which completely distracted her. But look, this morning
I am long copper. So let's get real.
Look, this week has been I don't know. It's like kind of like the tale of 2 weeks so far. Early part of the week we have this strong rally, tech driven. NASDAQ off the lows, new money, new month type dynamic. Everything is great. Monday and into Tuesday, and then Tuesday after the close, you get AMD softness, SpaceX softness, plus massive supply coming from SpaceX. Secondary shareholders are able to start to sell this week, and then overnight, last night, you get the SanDisk and WDC memory names starting to struggle. Hynix news overnight, and so now this morning, and then culminating right before we went on air, Google announces big bond offering, and so the tech sentiment seems to reverse a little bit, and so. I don't know, but you're right. Into tomorrow, NFP, I think, is going to be a very kind of binary event, for the tape and for the bond market and for the dollar. If the payroll numbers come in better than expected, showing that the labor market really remains quite robust, it's going to become very difficult for the Fed to get away from this September rate hike. We've had Fed speak basically all week. including Lisa Cook after the close yesterday, saying, and basically saying like the data is pretty good. If the inflation data, we get CPI next week, the inflation data next week is warm. The momentum here is going to be pretty strong for the September hike. On the flip side, if we get a pretty weak number, and the ADP number earlier this week was a little bit sluggish. The employment component of the services ISM number was back down below 50. So there are some signs that potentially the labor market isn't as robust, and I think that'll assist the doves on the Fed and maybe pushing out this rate hike. But then we get the inflation numbers next week. But it's been kind of this mixed week. But tomorrow, I think, will be a big day, particularly for the bond market. And I know Jim likes to talk about these bonds, but the long end has been pretty weak. And the Google announcement this morning has accelerated the long end selling. And for me, I think the only way this tape really is going to slow its momentum down is if we see a big sell-off in the long end further from here. That really starts to show signs of slowing down the economy and slowing down the AI trade. And so far, that hasn't really happened yet. But we'll see if the bond market, I think, continues to sell off. That's the headwind for equities that I'd become more concerned about.
Yeah, Jim, how's the chart looking on that? And that's certainly when I ask people, what are they watching? What's top of mind for them? Rates comes up every time as the potential spoiler. What are we looking at bonds?
Yeah, I mean, we're selling off again this morning, and part of it was the news that Craig just mentioned. But even before that, I mean, I did a real quick X. Do you call them tweets anymore? Anyway, I did one really quick early one this morning, and this is not a bullish chart. This is a bearish chart right now. Yesterday's candle was a small sized turnaround doji, I call it. And it's just looking heavy here. The $1 million question is, could we break that 108 handle? That's gonna stir the pot a lot if that happens. But right now we're just south of that 8 EMA, which is a little bit scary right now. But we'll see where we go. We'll see how much of a pullback we're going to get again. Every time we try to get a rally, and you can see we have a series of lower highs, right? Here's a swing high, a lower high, a lower high, a lower high. I mean, this is bearish. Every time we try to get some momentum, we can't. And for for the macro reasons that you guys talk about all the time, and I think that's true. So I'm not looking to go long in this particular market right now. We got a big number tomorrow, maybe not, I don't know. But that number tomorrow has a tendency to kind of move the bond market, at least the long end and probably the short end as well, if it's not in line with expectations. On the flip side, though, the equity markets are really, I wrote about it in the newsletter. And by the way, you guys, get the newsletter. It's awesome. You get institutional level stuff from Craig and Tracy. It's really, really good. So it's free too, and it pops out early in the morning. But the equity markets it's like they're hungover. It's like, all right, we partied to all-time highs, except for maybe the NASI. We were rocking and rolling, and overnight it's 24% of the 34-day average range so far in the mini S&P. It's almost like it's waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think everyone wants something definitive tomorrow, so at least But there is a chance we the worst case scenario is almost if it's like mixed or mid and you don't really get a good enough read and they wait for the inflation data, or if they're contrary, right? I mean, that's like, I think people would really like to get an indication of what's happening. I hope that we do, but there are, the worst case I think would be something that's hard to read. Oil is making things difficult, Shai, isn't it? I mean, there's always the question, do they X that out as transitory? Hard to say that given what's going on. But we did have that big drop again, right leading up to this. Is the market, on the reports of a deal to open the Strait, are investors buying this? Does it seem like the path of least resistance is lower for oil here?
No, I don't think so, particularly with this particular deal, because what it entails that basically the U.S. blockade leaves Iran in charge of the Strait with the help of Oman, and likely there will be tolls involved. In fact, we saw zero transits through the Strait on insurers worried about, what this toll is, because the insurers have said that they will not insure ships if they have to pay a toll. So everything is kind of at a standstill right now. I still think higher for longer prices. I'm not talking $100, but we're still $10 higher than where we were trading last year, right? We were stuck in that 55 to 65 range forever, it seemed, and now we're 75, 80, and so that still is going to take a toll on inflation because that energy is your largest input cost as business.
Yeah. Interesting piece from Javier Blas on Bloomberg this morning saying oil majors are allocating money in ways that suggest they see prices falling, not rising. They are not betting on it spiking. But I don't know. What are you hearing, Shai? Is that sort of contrary to what?
Okay. Let me just say Javier is the biggest bear on the face of the planet when it comes to the oil market, though I do respect him and like him.
No, it's good to know. People have this is the kind of stuff we need to know.
He finds every way to be bearish. And, that's not really what I took away from those earnings calls, because I did listen to them. And really, they are worried about keeping their investors, right? They have free cash flow now. They're worried about paying off debts. They want to keep their investors because, we went from a 20% weighting in the energy sector to a 3% weighting and because of the boom and bust cycles of the oil industry. And we've had two major ones, that 2014 to 2016. And then, of course, when oil went negative and we had the COVID problem. And then we saw one in 2008 as well. So 3, I guess. COVID was give or take. But so oil companies have learned their lessons. So, it's not the same environment out there. Many of the wildcatters, so to speak, in the shale patch have been bought up by the majors. And so there's been a lot of consolidation and mergers and acquisitions in the industry. And so it is a very different industry than it once was in the past. But I think investors still kind of have in the back of their mind that boom-bust cycle of the oil industry and them going crazy and drilling like crazy and taking on loads of debt. Then oil prices sink. And so I think everybody's kind of learned their lesson. And right now, oil companies are trying to keep investors and convince them that this is not the same industry anymore.
Yeah, and yesterday we had a great guest who actually runs an upstream series of facilities in Canada, who is looking, Shabam was awesome yesterday. He was talking about, this slow grind up in crude going forward for a long period of time. And I think he was, he's in the dirt, like he's hands on.
Literally in the dirt. No, this is awesome. And this is why, y'all have to follow Shai, because she, you have to understand and have been following all these markets for a long time. And especially, people come at it with their bias, so that you have to know that. Craig, what about earnings? I mean, we're still getting a lot of earnings coming out. They've been pretty strong, right? Is that enough to kind of fuel? We've been seeing some of the Dow names and S&P outperforming, being able to at least break out a little bit from some of the concerns around tech that have been weighing down the NASDAQ overall. It seems like some sectors have been able to win. Can that continue? Is there real strength there under the hood or rotation, or is this still all one trade that's going to roll back to rates if they go up?
Yeah, I mean, I think so far, if you just kind of step back, the earnings expectations have we've blown the doors off them. I mean, the earnings growth in the second quarter has been phenomenal. The question is, have we, what was priced, right? And so you're seeing that increasingly with tech, and even overnight, that the SanDisk numbers and the WDC numbers, I mean, the numbers were incredibly strong and the stocks are trading off, right? And we saw that earlier in the week. Even the AMD numbers were very robust too. And so it seems like for the tech trade, the expectations are extremely elevated, and the companies delivered, very strong numbers, but it wasn't enough, right, for a lot of these names. Whereas some of the industrial names and some of the other names, it was enough. And I think that speaks to some of that rotation that you mentioned. We've clearly been seeing, for the course of the last several weeks, a rotation out of some of the tech-related names and the AI CapEx names into other areas of the economy, which are a little bit further downstream, but still kind of related to the AI story, the Caterpillars and some of the more industrial names. But away from that, some of the low-end consumer names and housing-related names and things that are more sensitive to rates really haven't done incredibly well either. And so you are starting to see the rates market and the higher energy prices, higher interest rates affecting areas of the economy away from AI. We've been talking about this for a while, and the question is, are rates now finally at a level where they're going to slow down the AI capex trade? It's not clear. I mean, Google's going to do a big bond offering again today. We'll see where that price is. Credit spreads in the AI space have been widening for the last 6 weeks, which has provided some pressure. This will be a big bond deal, I think, for Google. Obviously, it's going to get done. The question is, what will be the concessions versus the last time they did a deal? And for anyone else who's looking to raise capital in the AI space, this will be the new, credit benchmark. And so I think that's going to provide a little bit more headwind to this space going forward. But tomorrow will be a big deal for rates because if we start to get a further sell-off in the long end, again, that's where I think we're going to start to see more headwinds for the equity market. There's been times, in the past where the rates market starts to move in a disorderly way or volatility in the bond market starts to pick up. That's often a precursor for more equity volatility and more foreboding. And I think if we got a strong payroll print tomorrow, there'd be more concerns that the Fed really has to step in here, raise rates. I think the bond market wouldn't like that necessarily. And I think that could be the type of headwind that derails some of this equity momentum we've been seeing at the point in time when the AI capex names and some of these earnings have been getting sold off. And we know the areas of the economy that are away from AI have been weak. So then at that point, what's really going to, what are the names that drive us forward from here in the summer months, when liquidity is weak? And we know kind of heading into the September, October period. I mean, how many times we've looked back over the last, dozens of years that we've all been watching markets where September, October have been a little bit more turbulent for markets, particularly into a midterm election year.
Yeah. It's when bad things happen. Doesn't always, but everyone's radar's up. We get the scaries around that time. We have a couple of other things that are sort of hovering around that we need to watch out for. One of them's the dollar, right? The whole yen intervention, the U.S. not wanting Japan to have to liquidate treasuries in order to intervene. Somebody in the chat just said, if the dollar surges, even I can't stop it, which I don't know what you're trading, but do we, when the yen carry trade starts to come into question a couple Augusts ago, that was a nasty episode. Do we need to keep our eye on currencies? Anybody can feel that one. And Jim, I don't know what the yen chart looks like.
I've got it. I actually have a yen chart up right now, and this, remember, it's the inverse of the cash market. Everybody, this is on the numerator you got the yen, on the denominator you got the U.S. dollar. So it might look upside down to you, but this is the intervention candle, no question about it. I mean, it's a big, giant green candle. It's a benchmark candle, biggest one on my screen. And I did expect a further pullback down in price after that. We didn't get it yet, and we're above the calendar year VWAP right now. So it is, at least knock on wood, temporarily, the yen is surprisingly resilient at this point from a charting point of view.
And
go ahead, Shai.
I just wanted to add, so the Bloomberg Emerging Market FX Carry Risk Premium Index is about 1% right now. That's kind of a far cry from the 4% that it was when we had that blow up in 2024. And so since it's kind of more muted, most are looking at this as we won't have a repeat of that 2024 blow up.
Well, that's a relief because I don't think anybody wants to go through that again. But important when they intervened and it was coordinated. And they're basically, the U.S. basically putting a headline out that we have a lot of vulnerabilities when it comes to selling treasuries. I mean, that we knew it, but that's now out in the open, which I think is going to continue to reverberate.
Well, also, the last time this happened, if you go back to the end of April with that other big green candle, it took a whole month to get back to where we started from. So, we only have a few days of data so far. So I'm sure that the bears here are like, oh, yeah, we're going to see the same pattern again. I don't know if that's going to be true or not, but it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. The other interesting thing, I don't know if you guys saw this, Jim and I were talking about it right before we came on. Situational awareness is back. Liquidated but not dead, and Leopold's putting on some trades again, and they're in the private market. But this comes at the same time that Jamie Dimon is warning of leverage in the system. That whole episode happened on the sidelines and didn't really carry over into any. There was no spread. There's no counterparty risk that other names got pulled into it. But Craig, is the amount of leverage in the system something that we need to worry about? Could we see another blow up? Is that a risk out there that we have to keep on the radar?
I think it's always something that the Fed is watching. We can watch spreads. I mean, right now, we are not really seeing too much in the way of strain in any of the funding markets. We got to watch quarter end activity and when the Treasury builds cash. But sure, leverage is clearly elevated, clearly an issue. I think the big issue would be if we start to see a more protracted sell-off in the bond market and you start to worry about some of the hedge fund positioning in Treasury carry trades and these basis trades. That's how you kind of get some of the 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 type trading dynamic. I mean, it seems like the situational awareness blow up, for lack of a better word, was easily digestible by Citadel. Which is great. So, we didn't even need to, have to deal with the Fed. I think, to your point earlier about dollar yen and some of the, confusing dynamics in play there. I mean, Treasury seemingly is asking for the Fed's FEMA facility to help assist Japan in their slowing down the yen weakness. Yet Warsh has been telling people he wants a smaller balance sheet. And so if FEMA facility gets used, that's the Fed adding to its balance sheet. And so I think there's a dynamic in play there that the markets kind of have to come to grips with. And, these breakfasts between Warsh and Bessent, they're going to have to iron out some of the details here. It also sounds like the president's been calling Warsh every day, too, for a variety of different things. But, there's a dynamic in play where you see the Treasury Secretary Bessent, obviously, incredibly capable. He understands where the vulnerabilities are, and he's out there trying to dial down volatility wherever he can. Whether it's in the FX markets by not allowing the yen really to weaken, whether it's in Treasury markets by, like you mentioned yesterday, not adding to coupon issuance when, in fact, at some point Treasury is going to have to term out some of the debt. He once again yesterday said, well, not this time. And so, you're not, whatever Treasury can do to prevent volatility from rising, I think Treasury is going to continue to do that. The question will be the Fed, which historically also has suppressed volatility. Are they willing to allow volatility to come out here a little bit more, particularly in the bond market to help, slay inflation? And that's been some of the dynamic in play, which we got from Warsh after the meeting last week. How much will that continue? Again, the labor market data tomorrow will go a long way in helping to determine whether or not that's going to be allowed or not.
And just interestingly, we have heard some chatter from global bond and currency investors if it's time to dust off last year's Sell America trade, so which would be selling dollars, selling U.S. Treasury. So just something to keep in mind that's kind of the chatter behind the scenes.
Yeah. And that did not work in the past, by the way. Other people stepped in with a different idea. So we'll see if it works this time, but one to keep an eye on for sure. All right. It's time for today's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right. Well, since Shai mentioned it, let's take a look at Dr. Copper here. It is on the move. I mean, we have a several-day rally going on here. We started literally at this low here on the 29th of July. I guess we'll call it the August rally. So things are looking pretty rosy here with a couple of different breakouts. The most important breakout to the upside occurred at 6.56 with the swing high that we saw on the 21st. And then, boom, three days in a row, we have some pretty significant buying coming in right here. Previous quarter's highs we just took out, 6.716. Calendar year high is at 6.8665. So we're getting pretty close to that as well. So again, I'm bullish here. We broke out of this channel here. It's kind of loosely fitting trend channel on the way on the upside. We broke out of it this morning. And look at the RSI. RSI is just steady Freddy up. No divergence here. Almost to 70. Doesn't mean anything once it crosses 70, other than it's just kind of another level of achievement, I'll call it. Intraday, let me get my chart, little position a little bit better here. Intraday, so the volume profiles, it's a little wonky. Remember, this is a lower volume marketplace, so don't get too carried away with the volume profile, kind of the wiry nature of it right now. But the point of control is a decent point of control, and we've been trading through that point of control for the last couple of hours. 6.7865 is where we're at right now, and we're right above session VWAP. We tested that session VWAP. We had one candle close above it. This is a 10-minute candle, but then it turned around. It couldn't hold. We don't have a confirmation candle to the downside. The opposite's happening right now. So again, there's a bid right here for the Dr. Copper. Jax 1 is an important level. We traded through it twice this morning, 6.81. And to the upside, we have that one-day max from our friends at MenthorQ all the way up at 6.8895 as a nice target. To the downside, well, we'll see if VWAP holds or not. We have, the London initial balance was a lot lower than we're trading at right now. We'll see if we can dip back into that balance. And then S1 on the downside, should things break bad, would be the first target, 6.6517, and then previous session's low, prior day low, 6.6115. So Dr. Copper's on the move, and there's micros in this, folks. Don't be scared of the micros. 14,000 contracts so far traded. That's pretty good. And then the regular contract has 25,000 contracts traded so far. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P, though. We wrote about this morning, and it is sleepy. It is sleepy. It's that point. It's the hangover part. After the party, we had this huge party. We rallied big time, 4 pretty significant green candles in a row after almost a tweezer bottom that we saw back on the 30th of July. And again, boom, calendar year highs. We hit those. And right now, yesterday, a little bit of a sell-off off of that. But right now, a really small body candle right now, up 9.75 points on the session so far. But it's super, super small. Now, the VWAP is, my anchored VWAP is way south here. I'm not too worried about that at the moment. And then RSI is just kind of casually drifting in the 60s. So that's pretty positive. And then kind of just taking a peek at overnight. This is what I'm talking about with the hangover. Let me try to refresh this really quickly to get some statistics up at the top of the board here. It's a tight range, 24% of the 34-day average so far. Really picture-perfect volume profile. Price happiness so far today with a nice point of control here at 77.61. So for the breakout traders, they're going to be looking for getting long above the session highs, which is approximately 77.70, or getting short below the session lows, which is approximately 77.47 3/4. Now we do have some targets here. Let's start with the targets to the upside. We have the pivot. The main pivot, 77.74, and we'll call it 3/4. Jax 1 above that, 77.80, biggest gamma level there. And above that, a lot of empty space here until we get to that 0 DTE call resistance all the way up to 7,800. Above that is R1 at 78.04. So there's definitely targets on the upside if this decides to kind of move it. On the downside, previous session's lows, this is going to be a very important level for me, 77.45 3/4. We'll see if we defend that. So far, so good. We can go down further. We got S1 at 77.29.50, and then below that, look at that, nothing but empty space until you get all the way down to 0 DT put support at 7,700. Remember, this traditionally has been trading in these 50 handle increments, but today, pretty tight range, everybody. So we'll see if we break out or we just wait for tomorrow's number. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to the panel.
Awesome stuff, Jim. Thanks so much. We do have some economic data coming out. We have a few different releases, including productivity and wholesale inventories, but it's probably going to be jobless claims that we're going to look at most closely ahead of the Friday number. While we wait for that and Shai looks for those numbers, Craig, we did have a question. I think you just touched on this, but Slicey Man asking if you would comment on yesterday's Treasury refunding announcement.
Yeah, there had been a chance that Treasury would announce something yesterday that would be different from what was expected. They didn't. And so I had mentioned this yesterday morning that there was a chance that they would be either increasing the supply of coupons or maybe even decreasing it. But what they announced was a steady Eddie. They will continue to issue the same amount of coupon securities, bills, bonds, and notes for the next 3 months as they did the last 3 months. And their guidance is that they will continue to do that. Eventually, at some point in 2027, they're going to have to decide whether or not they're going to be raising the level of coupons issuance in in order to term out the debt, something that Bessent had been quite critical of the prior administration about doing, and yet hasn't done anything about it in the 16 or 18 months that he's been in the job. But TBAC, which is the Treasury Borrowing Committee, guidance is for 15 to 20% of the securities being bills and the rest being bonds. We've been running well north of that, for the last several years. And so there's an expectation that more coupons will need to be issued. But so far, Treasury really hasn't done anything about it. The reason that would have been important is if they decide to change the amount of coupons, you can get some pressure on the long end. We get some more Treasury selling at a time when we don't really need it. That could have led to some more pressure in the bond market, but that's not what we got yesterday. So kind of was a done and dusted, nothing done event.
Yeah. I mean, this is where Bessent really understands these markets.
All right. Sorry, but 1 second. So, what 205 was the survey, came in at 199,000, slightly lower, but above prior, and continuing claims came in at 1.801 million, slightly higher than prior and what the survey anticipated.
Any reaction, Jim?
Not really. I mean, stock index, no. I mean, stock index, which is maybe a tad weaker, like not even just a negligible amount at this point. And bonds haven't moved, so no, nothing to write home about right now.
I think it would have taken an outsized move to start changing the expectations for Friday. Sure. That's really what we're looking at.
And by the way, though, if I could ask this question, as I recall, today is the for SpaceX. Today is the first day insiders could liquidate. Is that
first lockup expires? Yeah.
Yeah. So keep an eye on that as well, because that could cause some movement in that particular market as well as some of the other stock index futures.
Yeah. Good flag. Okay, thank you, Craig and Jim. We'll see you online.
Thank you, Maggie.
Sounds good.
All right, let's take a look at the rest of the lineup for the day. Up next, our guest this morning is Lawrence Lepard. Excited to catch up with him. We haven't even talked about gold yet, but we will. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. And I know there are some questions we didn't get to, so it might be that that Pharm can handle some of them as well. Trade the Open is with Jack and Salma today. Midday Markets is XY and Nick for a tick. And Trade the Close is with Chris, Stowe, and Leo. All right, let's welcome in our guest, Larry Lepard. Larry, so good to see you.
Nice to see you, Maggie. Nice to see you, Stacey. Fun conversation you guys have been having.
Yeah, and crazy that we had so much going on.
I know,
we didn't
right?
even get to gold, but that's one of the things that everyone's asking about. We saw the big move, the breakout. Is this what everyone's been waiting for? Do you feel like it has legs from here?
Feels that way to me. I mean, it's $190 in 2 days, and based on a lot of charts and technical stuff and the numbers that I think Michael Oliver, who's a big follower of gold, projected, we're clearing very important levels, and I'm trying to think about what it's all about. I think it's just as simple as what Bessent did. The realization that without swap lines, our treasury market would have trouble, and and swap lines, arguably they're just swap lines, but it's kind of a backdoor way of printing money, right? You're creating reserves for people so they don't have to sell the treasuries. So. And the market was very compressed. I mean, market for gold, silver, Bitcoin, everything has really been beaten down. Everyone's kind of taken the view that, the debasement trade's dead, and I think they're wrong. The debasement trade just took a breather after a very good year. So
I would 100% agree with that. We have heard some kind of rumblings. I don't know if you've heard them about global bond and currency investors debating if it's time to dust off last year's Sell America trade, meaning sell dollars, sell U.S. treasuries. What are your thoughts on that? And what are your thoughts on how Warsh is handling the Fed?
Well, yeah, great questions. So on the dollar, I'm a little less certain. I mean, I think arguably he's got to weaken the dollar if he wants to solve his problem. I mean, a strong dollar, weak gold, silver, and Bitcoin means, tight liquidity and kind of everything goes down as the dollar goes up. So even though they won't say it, my belief is they do need a weaker dollar, full stop. They won't admit it, but they do. Warsh is a very interesting case. I call him Don Draper does monetary policy. He's just a pretty face with a good line of bullshit. All these guys are professional liars. I mean, their job, I said this in my most recent quarterly report, their job is to gaslight the American public, to print as much money as is necessary to keep the system going, while convincing us that there's inflation is in control. And they'll do both of those jobs pretty well. They'll try to do both of those jobs. I mean, they will be forced to print enough money, and the convincing that it's in control, they're trying, and they're letting the market try for them. By saying, I mean, the one thing I think that I'm not sure you guys have discussed, I didn't see it in the earlier discussion, is that I think the market's really leaning the wrong way on this Fed rate hikes thing. This is a new regime. This is a new view. They're taking a supply side approach to interest rates and the economy, and they've rejected the Phillips curve. They don't think you have to raise rates to calm down unemployment or to drive unemployment and therefore drive inflation lower. Their view is lower rates will lead to capital investment, more supply, all else equal, will lead to lower prices. And so they clearly want to lower interest rates, and they're going to figure out some way to do it. And he's going to blame it on a task force, which gives him some plausible deniability. The task force told me that inflation's overstated, and so to me, that's where they're going. So the notion that, I think the market has it at 80 or 90% that they bump rates up in the next 6 months to a year, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll stay flat. Arguably, I think they'll even cut.
So they can do that with the Fed funds rate. Well, but the bond market go along with that.
Well, there's that too. I mean, the bond market's going to go the other direction on them, and then that's going to become a problem. I mean, I think one of the things that I think, there's a lot of delusion in government, in my view, in all these people, and they're smarter than they think they are, and the markets are, at the end of the day, are going to call the tune. And just like Doge, was going to take it to 2 trillion, then 1 trillion, then 300 billion, then basically nothing out of the budget. I think their whole notion that they can get away, with both of these with all of these actions without having something break, is just it's a fantasy. And so arguably, who knows what's in their head, right? But arguably, they will try to tighten. They will try to control inflation. I don't think they will, but and something will break, and then we'll be back to a correlation of one event, and it'll be March of 2020 or 2008, and we'll see the third big print of the last 20 years. And that's what my book was about, is the fact that they're trapped. It's just that simple. And so all this other stuff is just, it's just dancing around. It's noise and it's theater. They're trapped. And you're right. The bond market isn't going to put up with it. If inflation's running, the strategy is to run it hot and grow GDP very rapidly. Trump said something like he wants to see double-digit GDP growth. The only way you get that is with inflation. There's no way you can get that kind of real growth. And the whole notion that the AI productivity is going to kick in so quickly that we're going to get a productivity miracle and therefore we can have growth without inflation, that's more magical government thinking, like Doge. And so, what'll happen is they'll, interest rates are going to go higher, and eventually the bond market's going to sit there and say, hang on a second, you guys are running it hot. We know inflation is 5, 6, 7%. Why should I hold this 4-year, this 10-year Treasury at 3.8%, or 4.8, whatever? And they're gonna basically say, sold to you, Fed, and the Fed's going to have to buy them or find somebody else to buy them. Maybe they'll do a program with the banks and change the SLR and a lot of other bank regs to allow the banks to buy them. But those bonds have got to get sold. That's the bottom line at the end of the day. And even Warsh said this in his testimony in front of Congress. Somebody asked him, does growing the balance sheet expand the money supply and lead to inflation? He said, yes, he gets it. He said, okay, so you're not going to expand the balance sheet anymore? You want to shrink it? Yes, I want to shrink it. Okay, so what happens in a crisis? Well, in a crisis condition, we would still be there to provide liquidity and expand the balance sheet. That tells you everything you need to know. The Fed put is still there. And so, they're either going to try and, wind their way forward, hoping inflation numbers don't cook the bond market, which I don't think is going to be very successful, or they're going to have something, but it could be, in which case the debasement trade works and stocks work. And the American public gets pissed off at being gaslighted because inflation is 5 or 6 or 7%. But eventually, I think the bond market wakes up and says no mas, and the 10-year goes through 5, which I think is kind of the critical level. And at that point in time, all hell breaks loose, and they have to do yield curve control. And yield curve control will, they did it in World War II. That was how they solved the problem when we had the same kind of debt to GDP. Back then, they took it to 2.5% on the long debt and 3/8 of a point on the short debt. They did it from 42 to 52. So they did it for 10 years. And, the Fed balance sheet ballooned. And that would happen this time. The Fed balance sheet would go from 6.7 to $20 trillion because the bond market would say sold to you. And the Fed would have to create the reserves to buy it. So that's kind of the model that I see. And I don't really know which of those paths will happen. And I don't really know the time frame, but I think we're getting close because of what we see going on in Japan as a leading indicator.
And well, speaking of Japan, what are your thoughts on kind of the U.S. government Treasury basically coming out and saying, yeah, we're going to help save the yen and the use of FEMA perhaps so that Japan doesn't sell treasuries?
Well, that's what I think that's what triggered the gold rally. The knowledge that it's serious enough that a central bank has to step in, that our central bank has to step in to help their central bank. And one thing that's not very well known is Britain owns a lot of these as well, as does Ireland, the Cayman Islands, all of Europe. And, they might have the same issue where they start selling. And look, I mean, Besant's chief job is to be a bond salesman for the U.S. And, and Warsh's job is to support him and convince everybody that inflation's under control when it's not. And if those two pillars start to crack, this whole shebang is going to come unwound. And, I see signs. I mean, you got really smart guys like, Gunlock, and he's a bond guy, right? And others talking about how the pillars are cracking. You got 40-year bond bulls like Lacey Hunt flipping over to the other side and saying we live in an inflationary world. I'm like, hello, Lacey, welcome to the club. We've been saying that since 2020. And, so the inflation is the problem of our age. And the inflation is absolutely necessary because without the inflation, the growth in the debt can't be serviced. That's the math. And that's the thing that everybody's missing. And so, it's hilarious to me that we get everybody just running around like talking like these things are possible, for Besant to raise rates and calm inflation and everything will be okay. Well, he can raise rates. It's not necessarily going to calm inflation, but everything is not going to be okay. We are at the edge. I mean, I have a summer of 2008, or a summer of 2007 feeling in my stomach right now. I remember both of those summers extremely well. The July blow up of the Bear Stearns CDS funds was when a partner and I looked at each other and said, here we go. And, and from there, it took another year and a half. But, in the summer of 2008, you could see, Fannie Mae tip over and some other things, or a couple of bad earnings I think out of Merrill. And, it was a here we go moment. So I feel like we're pretty close to one of these here we go moments. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect because when that starts to unravel, it happens really quickly. And I think all of us still have PTSD from that period, Larry.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question more tactically for some of the people who are listening in the short term. If this is that catalyst, that macro setup is sort of reignited gold, there's the sort of the investment thesis that you're talking about, which is why you need to own gold in this macro environment, given the math. And then there's that sort of momentum trade that took over at the beginning of the year and really hockey sticked it. It just really, it went up so quickly and then you subsequently saw it fall down. What does this gold rally look like? Is it steady and up because of macro, or are you going to get these big swings now because the momentum guys all rush over to it once it starts taking off, or silver?
It's a great question, and I don't know. I don't follow the momentum guys very much. I mean, we wrote about this in our last quarterly report and the manager's statement we sent out, which said, it's really amazing what happened last year. Gold was up 65%. It's only done that one or two other years in its history, back in 79 and 80 when it really went nuts. And silver was up over 400%. Silver went from 30 to 120 in a year. March of last year, silver was $30, and February, a little over a year, February this year, January this year, it was 120. That's 4x. I mean, that's unusual, right? That doesn't happen. And to me, and everybody, a lot of people are looking at that and saying, oh, okay, well, it was a bubble, it's over. Those things are going to go back down. And I was like, no. This is game on, right? The firing gun of the race just got started. And, we're still in the second inning. And so, my view is that those are very, very big signals that the world is, they're both deeply undervalued. And those were especially silver. Those are huge signals that a big macro trend just got ignited. And yeah, they got ahead of themselves very much so, because you're right. The momentum traders jumped in at the end and drove silver almost vertical from, I mean, it was the 120 was very brief and it came very quickly. Gold wasn't quite as the slope wasn't quite as steep, but it was steep. But, so gold at 5,400 comes back down to 44. Silver now back in, well, it was back to 58 or 60, but it's higher than that now. But the point is that, my view is they will both start to build. And yeah, we'll probably, at the end of the day, we'll have a bunch of people diving on. But you got to remember, people still aren't in these markets. I mean, Morgan Stanley last year changed their model from, 60% equity, 40% bonds to 60 bonds or 60 equity, 20 bonds, 20 gold. And, Morgan Stanley's got trillions of dollars in their wealth management group, people who would leave their money there. I don't think that many people acted on that actual recommendation yet, but they will over time. And this is just the slow and steady process of everybody coming to realize that, I'm sitting in the trade of the decade and most people don't know it. I mean, it's like I'm buying the Mag 7, in 2006 or 5 or 4, Google, Apple, companies that are going to just become enormous. I mean, these things, this is, monetary debasement is going to be the problem of our age. And it's already started. We've already seen a lot of it, and we're going to see a lot more of it. And that just goes back to the basic math. This is not some histrionics. This is just simple analysis of the mathematical facts. That without it, I mean, if it won't be the problem of our age if the government gets responsible, balances the budget, et cetera, et cetera. But whenever I say that, of course, everybody laughs because there's absolutely zero political will to go in that direction.
Yeah. It's so interesting. Great to have you on, Larry. We didn't even scratch the surface on miners or anything else, but we'll have you back again soon. And
love to do it. The miners are screaming by, especially the silver miners.
Awesome. We'll dig into that next time. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Nice to see you all.
Great
Thank you so much for the audience. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
I know, Shai, I can't believe we didn't even get to touch on miners, but that's going to be an important one to watch too.
We'll get them on again for sure.
We will. Awesome stuff. All right, Shai, thanks so much. We'll see you online as well.
All right, thanks.
Okay, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
Maggie?
I'm doing okay. I mentioned earlier, I saw a funny tweet of that something was triggered and turned Pharm into a piranha. I'm not sure what that was referring to, but you must have been actively doing something. But how are you feeling about this setup today?
I think it's interesting. And, I'm kind of looking at gold as well. I think everybody is going to be now all of a sudden. But I'm curious to see if maybe we get some continued weakness in the NASDAQ and outperformance in gold and possibly even crypto. Not necessarily today, but over a few days. Just kind of a curiosity, and it's not like a call I'm making necessarily, but it sort of looks like that's playing out. After that massive rally in the NASDAQ, everybody loved it. They had their opportunity to chase in and buy all those calls that we saw bought. Was pretty crazy, and I feel like the smarter money may have moved a little bit of the profits there into gold. So we'll see if this breakout sustains for sure. So gold is for sure my top watch. I mean, short term and really longer term. We just had a great guest on talking about some of the reasons why that could be the case. We were just talking about miners and very long the gold miners. And I will probably be looking to add some additional leverage on gold on some kind of a back test of this multi-week break that I've got up here.
Interesting. How are you feeling about, I'm going to go through and see if there are any questions, but how are you feeling about we did get that big move in stocks now, and everybody, it seems like they're sort of sideways waiting for this Friday jobs number, and maybe that rates will be the thing that lead the market. But how are you thinking about the setup ahead of that?
I mean, we came pretty far, pretty fast, and on the big picture on equities, starting with the NASDAQ, we got this reclaim of this, kind of 28.2, 28.4 range. And, on Sunday, I mentioned kind of the risks of, coming all the way back up, right? And that's what we did. We tagged the 30.069 spot, which was a caution area. And really no surprise that we stopped there and have now come back to this 29.269 to 29.369. So This is interesting, right? Because like ES is in price discovery, it's at an all-time high. NQ is not. I feel like there's a this looks like the bottom's in, right? I mean, it just looks so obvious. Of course it is. And there's a small part of me that wonders, like, is this some wild ass weekly lower high on NQ that just gets stepped on? I think the assumption is no. I think the assumption has to be no, that we now look for a higher low. I think needs to be the base case, but there's just a part of me that just kind of wonders if NQ is not out of the woods yet. So I'm interested to see how Friday shakes out. Having a little bit of weakness into Friday, I think makes a little bit of sense. Some profit taking after a huge run. We were 2.5 times the weekly expected move, I think, on ES and NQ. Like, that's ridiculous, right? And we've got big data coming in. So no real surprise at profit taking. So like we haven't even taken out a prior day's low yet on a cash hours basis. So like, let's, hold off on any kind of bearishness, but NQ is not like in the clear yet. So that's the big watch. I mean, ES is until or unless that break to new highs fails, I think we lean on the bull side. So I'm watching to see what NQ does and how weak it potentially gets. It's funny in a not very funny at all kind of way. But when things are weak, then the index is pinned, right? And ES doesn't sell. But when we're going to buy them, it's not pinned anymore. We can just rip everything to the moon. So until we see that sort of dynamic change and that unpinning come apart and everything actually starts to correlate. I had my 1 day of correlation on the Fed day, and outside of that, we've had just this massive dispersion. So I think that's sort of bigger picture what needs to be watched in terms of something changing materially. And I don't know, a lot of talk about rates, and I mean, there's so many people very confident that they're going to raise rates, and then so many people very confident they're going to lower rates. I don't know that it matters quite as much as what the bond market decides to do in response to that. And of course, the long end is sort of in trouble. And it's interesting to see that gold doesn't seem to care. So again, this is a situation where gold is acting better than it should, probably, with rates doing what they're doing. And I think that should not be ignored. So I'll touch on gold real quick in this multi-week break, because I think this is probably the most important thing we're looking at here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks basically in this range that we had, and now we've ripped out of there. Technically, the top you could probably argue is like 42.38 or so. I think ultimately, like for today, I think you probably want to protect these single prints from yesterday. So some quick dip below 42.90, I think would be okay. I think it was something like 76 to 85 that I was going to be using. Anything above this 42.38, I think is completely fine for today. And then bigger picture, there are some deeper traps where we could get like a false failed breakout, is what I called it. What I like to call it is like, everybody thinks the breakout failed. We get back below 42.30s. Everybody's bearish. We're going to sell them all. And then we just bid something like this kind of 41.60 to 69 spot or something. So I'm going to have to start looking at those coming into the week, but gold looks very good. I do think you want to hold broadly, 42.80, let's call it, for today, because there is risk. I mean, if this breakout does fail and we're back offering 41.60s or something, it's probably coming all the way back down. So that's the big picture for me on gold. And then we can drill in, flip on ES in this high time frame chart real quick. I mean, so it's gone, right? Until we're back below probably 46.30s. What was it? 46.40 something was the prior all-time high up here. As long as that break sustains, this thing is fine. And there's no reason to get meaningfully bearish. Again, first order of business, we talked about this yesterday, is taking out a prior day's low. We're obviously trading below prior day low on NASDAQ right now. Cash hasn't opened. We haven't traded a minute. There's a huge difference between, RTH sellers coming in, selling something below a prior day low, and some kind of big gap down buy. So to me, if this just gets bought and we reclaim yesterday's range, it's like no harm, no foul. But when all this volume was put in here up through yesterday morning, said the same thing I've said a few times over the last few months, that absent a break to the upside, this is going to risk looking a little bit distributive. And here we are, right? So today's going to be an important day to see how NASDAQ responds. I'm going to flip to an RTH only chart, so you're not going to see the current action. we have an RTH bull gap on ES and NQ. I'll just show it on NQ because it's closer. ES isn't even remotely close to the Tuesday open and low. I think it's reasonable to assume that consolidation above this RTH bull gap is bullish. We can see weakness today. We can bring this to a 3-day balance, form some kind of a box. It's going to be the break of that range with continuation that ultimately matters and determines if we have some kind of a daily high in place, swing high in place. So this gap would be expected to be reactive. But if we do see persistent weakness below yesterday's low, and for me, this is the decision point on that higher time frame chart that we were looking at. So this 260s to 290s and 369 to 391 back below there. Then we come back to Tuesday's open and low, maybe dip into that bull gap and see what's up, right? Then it's going to start to look bad potentially if we give back that bull gap. ES isn't even close. I'll flip to RTH again real quick. I mean, look how far away Tuesday's open and low is there, right? But there's no structure from Tuesday. So if there's a scenario where we actually got some kind of correlated selling, maybe ES could get there through this thin structure. But again, reasonable to presume that to be bullish consolidation until otherwise stated. Now, the one bearish scenario here is that you get a rip-roaring trend out of the prior all-time high break, and then you just A-frame back down through. So if you see that, then okay, I'll be a little bit bearish there. But until that happens, there's not a whole lot to be excited about. On the short frames, and then I'll give you a sec for any follow-up questions that I might have missed in the chat or anything. Again, here we are NQ flirting with this sort of key area. We've got yesterday's low is going to be some kind of a key reclaim for bulls. We're going to open on a true gap down. We know how we play those. We're watching the open. Do sellers open this and then they sell below the open and the range of the first 5 minutes? Then it looks like a gap down and go. And we actually have real sellers in the tape. If it's the opposite, we open and everything is bid above the open. We only trade above the high of the first 5 minutes. Then it starts to look like maybe we're going to come back in for a back test of yesterday's low. You also have a spike base from yesterday at 702. At bare minimum is going to need to reclaim, but it's going to look pretty good at the time if we're trading, we gap down buy and then come back up and we're above the overnight high. That would be a pretty good look. So at this point, I mean, before all of this action, I might have looked to defend something like this 28,891 to 910 on the short side. It'd be pretty hard to do that at this point if we saw that here, but still potentially valid. But the big question for today is, do we see sellers come in, sell this below the open, sell it below prior day low? And looking at ES, here's the ES spike base was 50.5 actually. I've got 51 on the chart, but we got one little wick below there. So as of now, anyways, it looks like we're sort of doing that pinning thing on ES. Doesn't want to go down with NQ, but with pretty much everything else on the moon, I don't know how much longer that can last. What are you going to find to bid when the Dow has been screaming for as long as it has? Financials, all of the non-tech components, it's getting risky. So I think you do need to see ultimately the Qs step in, take their leadership role, and lift things, or else at some point this dispersion trade is going to fail and things will get a little bit correlated. But for today, you're watching this 51 spike base. Again, it's 50.5. Yesterday's low. Can sellers even get back through there? And then you have the entire Tuesday day range littered with single prints. If sellers can't get through these, then you're looking to buy them. Again, especially if this would not be a true gap down on ES unless we open back below 77.45, yesterday's low. But if they still gap down buy them, then you're looking for back tests of 77.60 to 64. And again, I'm kind of hesitant to sell something in the mid 70s or even the mid 80s if we have a failed spike from yesterday in play and a gap down that gets bought. So big day today. I think it's mostly watching what NQ is doing. Obviously, it should be the leader, and then seeing if ES plays ball. Again, we've seen 1 day of correlated selling, and then we've had a day or two of correlated buying. It's okay to be correlated on the buy side, clearly within the rules, but we have only seen 1 day of correlated selling. So that's what you're watching for. Watch the open. Watch what the relative strength flips are at the open. Is it NQ stays weak and then the Dow just rips to the moon again and ES stays pinned, or does everything actually move together? I think that's going to be a key clue for today and for the next couple of days as we get this key data, and then into August OPEX. There's an opportunity for that to unwind again here.
Yeah. I think you just answered this talking about NQ, but Glenn asking, hell yeah, Pharm, with this divergence, do you expect ES to meet NQ or the other way around? Who's the bigger magnet? I think you're saying NQ, but
I think so. Yeah, I think if NQ finally finds its feet, then I think ES can continue and with this breakout and potentially see something like 7,900, 7,920. And I think if NQ really falls back out of bed, I just don't see ES holding on too much longer. But again, it still has to invalidate its recent breakout. So back below prior all-time highs, and I think 76.30s, then that's going to be a pretty bad look. And again, plenty of places for a higher low to be struck on NQ. I mean, we could come back all the way to this 28.4s, 28.2s. That would be like a 0.618 retrace. Okay, that seems okay. Somewhere in these 28.7s, that wouldn't be terrible. I think it needs to be your base case. But if this does something and it comes all the way down and like makes new lows at that point, I think that has broader implications than just being a multi-month balance break to the downside, which already is quite bearish.
All right. Excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Pharm. Have a great one.
Have a great one.
All right, just to recap, we did have some data out, weekly jobless claims, none of it providing much direction. Everyone's really on hold for the big monthly government number that is going to come out tomorrow. That could be a market mover. And our poll is split equally between bull, bear, and neutral. It's been a little while since it's been so even. So very divided opinion today. Well, let's get to it. Jack and Salma are here to trade the open. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good morning, Maggie.
Doing well. Awesome. We had a great guest on that everybody loved, Larry Lepard, talking about gold. Jack, you have that on your radar? I know you trade it sometimes.
I do. So my scanner yesterday, out of all the markets I watched, gold was trending the most to the upside. So I actually have a limit order right here. I've had a limit order all night in gold. We haven't quite yet hit it. I got a 4103.4 bid here. But gold, I tweeted it out, the day before the breakout. I said, gold's about to BTFO. And Salma said, what's BTFO? And I said, break the fuck out. The next day, that's exactly what it did. And I think, I've Tracy and I have been going back and forth on gold for quite some time about, it's really just prime. You look at that weekly chart, it's a total technical break. And I mean, the fundamental trade doesn't really make sense. And that's why it's kind of interesting to see a technical break without any fundamental confirmation. And the technicals seem to matter a little more now than the fundamentals. So I'm trading gold from the long side here today. I got a 4103 bid, like I said, and I'm actually also coming into the day long oil, which was a trade I placed while I was on stream for Trade the Close yesterday, but didn't get filled till I was at dinner with PAX. And so sometimes I place trades and they don't get filled for a few hours, but those limits do stay.
Oh, that's so interesting. Salma, I'm so glad he said what it meant, because as he said it, I mean, it's early. I'm like, wait, what? It's not by the dip. What is that?
Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure it out too. And I'm like, I couldn't get it.
How are you feeling today?
I did give him a thumbs up on the tweet though, just out of support.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm feeling good. Coming into today, don't really have too great of a read here, just considering the fact that NQES are doing two completely different things. Last night during Asia, I was short ES, and then it started to do a whole lot of nothing. And it's been doing a whole lot of nothing ever since. We've kind of just been, this is what I would like to call like range-bound movement here. Looks like it's either going to be a bear flag for a leg down, or this is just us spacing, and then we're going to do, we're going to have a move back to the upside. I'm not quite sure yet, considering that NQ is dropping and it has made new lows, and ES still has not. So there is a little bit of that divergence there, and I'm just going to wait to see what's going to happen. Kind of like who asked in chat. Glenn asked Pharm, he said, which one do you think is going to be the mover? And as of right now, I personally can't tell you which one, because it just seems like it can go either way here. So yeah, I'm going to sit tight and wait and see.
Sometimes that's the best thing to do. Yeah, Pharm kind of feeling like NQ mattered to him a little bit more. And Delhi's watching from the air. The guys
What's up,
are
morning,
Deli?
plugged in.
Good morning,
Amazing.
Deli.
Deli. Great stuff. And someone really is to find your oil trade really interesting, Jax. You guys got a lot to talk about, and I'm gonna let you get to it. Have a great and profitable one, guys.
Thank you, Maggie. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Maggie. Good morning, Salma.
Hi. Morning. Morning, chat.
Pax gave me your number. So now
Yeah,
I'm going to
that's
FaceTime
okay.
you.
You can. That's all good. Dude, Yoda, listen to this. Yoda asks Salma up all night again. No, but Jack and Pax both FaceTime me yesterday. And of course, I pick up and I'm right here in the same spot you guys are seeing me at. I'm at my desk taking a trade. They're like, what the hell are you doing?
Girl's working too hard.
Yeah,
Doesn't take a break.
See, I tell you guys I'm always here and you guys call me.
No, I believe it. I got to see the Salma OGS without all the purple background though.
Oh, it's turned off. Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
God.
pink. No, it's
purple, bro. Don't piss me off. Oh, God. Hold on, wait. Someone in chat says, what was the copy trader you mentioned a few times and it works across different platforms? It does. It's called TradeSyncer. That's the one I use. I bought the yearly plan on like a discount. They do discounts pretty often, so would be on the lookout for that.
Which model or like level do you have? Which tier?
Oh, I can tell you if you give me 1 second. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but it's not the top tier. I'll tell you that much. Let's see. Ugh, I gotta log in. Are you kidding me?
You don't log in?
I did the thing where I shut my laptop off so I can give it a break. And so I lost everything. I have to log back into everything. All right, let me see, guys. I'll tell you right now which tier I have.
I think it's like they have one that's like 5 firms you can trade at, and like one that's like 2.
I
think they have 3 tiers.
Why can't I even find my billing information? Oh, subscription.
All right, might be coming into my gold limit here, guys.
There you go. I've got the basic. It gives you 2 connections and it's 10 accounts per connection. So 20 accounts is more than enough for me, guys.
It's a lot of flow. We just got overnight lows here in gold. Let's see if we can hold. There we go.
Last night when we were on the phone, I pretty much exited GC at a pretty good spot.
You know what? I don't have a stop here. That means my order must have got messed up. So I got to be careful. Well, I mean, I'm going to go put one in, but.
Dividend kick. I did not kick YM off my charts. I still have it up on a different monitor, just not for the one you guys see. Still watching it though. I haven't taken a trade on YM in a while.
Really?
Any guesses on where Delhi is going?
Delhi's going somewhere important. He's going to Philadelphia.
If he says he's coming back next week, maybe he's going back home.
Coming back where?
Come back on the show.
Oh.
You know, guest speaker Delhi.
I don't see Delhi anymore. You know, I just see him on TV. He's like just a character.
Bro, he says, thanks, Maggie. I'll fill in for you next week when I get back.
I thought the thing is he's filling in for Maggie. I thought Maggie was filling in for him. Then I realized
that's the whole joke. That's the whole joke.
I was okay.
That's
the joke.
Yeah.
That's just going right over my head. It's too early.
It's all right. It's one of those mornings. One of those days.
Yeah, the other thing with trade copiers.
Thank you.
You don't really, unless you're trading across multiple firms, you can get a native trade copier that's not a subscription model. And I think you can even do it with, like, if you're just trading on one firm. Like, in my opinion, unless you got more than 5 accounts, like, why do you have 3 here, 2 there? Like, I don't know. I think that's silly unless you're just buying sales or something that are like really discounted. I think it's easier to just trade with one.
Yeah,
person.
Tradeovate allows you to copy trade. It's just you have to be like trading from your desktop and you can't do it from mobile. So I could
All
see
right.
that being like a reason someone wants one,
Yeah,
trade on the go.
true. Coming up into that CL target, I got a great entry there. Pretty 74, 71. I actually placed that when we were on stream yesterday. And then I actually forgot I placed it. And then gold is not looking like it's going to continue from here, though. I'm going to get taken out of that here shortly. Close. Yeah, that thing was just freaking bounced. But yeah, I mean, the indexes, we had a huge move to the upside, and now it's kind of looking like we're going to get a much deeper pullback here. Next thing, gold breaking down in this level. I don't have another support till 30 points below.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for people who chased at the highs, and they're kind of just trapped.
Yeah, we ran into some. I had a pretty big target at 43.50 there, but yeah, I got nothing till like 72 to 60. And at that point, I want to see it confirm its support. I'll actually trade it from the short side now. Good morning, SV. And every time I hear the word deli, I start getting hungry.
Bro, we have the best delis here in Jersey.
I just think about supersat, some bologna, cold cuts, turkey, cheese. A lot of good delis over here. I kind of live close to an area called Little Italy. Great delis. I wonder what deli's favorite. Riddle me that.
Got some gabagool.
Yeah, gabagool.
You got a gabagool. Apparently that's like slang, like degrading. I have no idea. Is that offensive, deli? You Italians? Is gabagool offensive?
I don't think it is.
No, what was that? Jim was saying there was like some Italian word. That
Deli said I'm always hungry. Me too, buddy. Me too.
Little Fontanos, JP Graziano. We still got the nanas working on them. You go in there, they're just kneading dough with their hands till they bleed. They're like 80 years old.
You guys got any good Italian bakeries?
I don't. I'm sure we do. I can't think of any off the top of my head because I'm not a big baked goods guy. Try to stay away from the carb loading the cookies.
Why is Anthony called Deli? Never heard the backstory. I'm gonna go ahead and assume it's just his last name shortened. His last name is Crudele. And yeah, it's just you drop the crude. Well, the crude. And you keep the deli.
It must be Italian.
Must be.
Oh, and it was also his nickname in the pit. Here you go.
What is Deli's favorite sub? Is it the classic Italian? Or is he more of a tuna sandwich kind of guy? Avocado? Is Deli secretly a vegetarian? No chance.
Deli, a vegetarian? No. No way. We watched him eat a steak. What are you talking about?
I didn't watch him. Did you watch him? Were you staring at him? What it looked like?
I was sitting right.
You were watching him eat.
I was sitting right next to him. So yeah,
I didn't get that pleasure. Next time, I hope I get sat next to him so I get to watch him eat.
It was assigned seating, so
yeah, they did. They put me at the end of the table and on the short bus on the way there. Yeah, the Mario's Italian lemonade. Yeah, that guy's my neighbor. If you ever been to Chicago, Mario's iced lemonade or whatever it's called. Famous Chicago. Italian dessert.
All right, dude, you're making me hungry. I didn't eat breakfast yet. Did you?
No, I don't really typically. You know what? You're gonna think I'm disgusting and weird for what I eat for breakfast, which is like on par for how you feel about me. I take just 3 eggs, I crack them in a glass.
You told me
pour
this.
milk over it and just slam it. That's my breakfast. Maybe some blueberries if I'm feeling healthy.
But why? Why raw eggs?
Just because like I'm a purpose over like I'm just trying to get that protein in, you know, like I don't really want to cook in the morning. I'm not trying to clean no pans. Like I don't even think eggs taste good, but I do like you gotta
eggs are so good.
What do you put on your eggs? Hot sauce, ketchup.
But sometimes eggs don't even need anything. Maybe just a little bit of salt, you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting those local farm eggs, I think they got a little more flavor, but most of the stuff in the grocery store just doesn't do it for me. So I do want the protein though, and that's just the easiest way to get it.
What was your reasoning again? What is it? Purpose over what?
Purpose over flavor. I mean, that's probably like a smoother way to say that.
No. It was like to save time almost.
Yeah, it takes time.
But then you take baths.
Yeah, but that's at night, you know, like I got nothing to do. I got stuff to do in the morning. I got markets to trade. The market's moving.
Deli said, now you know why Jack didn't sit by me at the dinner.
I would have just been slamming eggs. You know that my clip sounds like I'm a duck. It's great.
Wait, that was your clip?
Yeah, that's me. That's me making fun of you, making fun of me.
Gosh,
what the hell? It sound like a barn.
What is going on? I woke up early for this.
I sound like a barnyard.
I'm so dead. Deli, are we making your flight go by quicker? Re-entertaining enough?
Deli's in first class. He's got that super fast Starlink Wi-Fi. I think I'm going to close my CL up here. Just taking that off. We just had an expansionary candle into a high of the day that didn't have any follow through. So I am actually still in the belief that we can be looking at pullbacks here around the 75-60 level. So I am going to place another order in CL if we get at deeper pullback here. But let's see here. Yeah, 75.68. I will go ahead and place it over there. So out from, what was our long? 74, 71s, hit 2 targets. There's a third.
That was a great long.
Yeah. That was just like, I kind of thought we were bottoming out of the bottom of the range. It's like bottom of the range play. One of the things I'll look for is when we put in a low, like in CL, these green boxes that I have on my screen. I know I have like a lot of different colors on my screen, but the green boxes are basically the start of any 15-minute move that lasts 3 or more bars. So it technically has to be like a 45-minute rally. So let's say one bar goes 15 minutes up, second bar 15 minutes up, third goes 15 minutes bars up. The first bar highlights green. So this is just an indicator I built. I refer to it as a leg start. And so if I have a leg start at the bottom of a range, that's where I came up with that entry. And it worked out pretty well. And then I just do my same ATR, first target strategy, second target stop moves to break even, and third target, we ride it till it doesn't want to be rode no more. And I feel like it stopped wanting to be rode right there. We did sweep that prior day high. A lot of times, I look for that action where it's like, okay, we sweep that prior day high, get that liquidity, whatever you want to call it, and then fail to follow through on this ATR push. So that's where I'm kind of like, it might not push up. And oil is downtrending here. So that was definitely like a counter trend trade to take that long.
Chat, is it rode or ridden? Which they both sound wrong.
Hey, Larry Bumpkin.
What's up, Larry?
Nothing offends Italians. Hey, I agree. They are the Captain Ballbusters. Like all my friends are Italian growing up, bunch of ball busters. Unless you tell them Sopranos isn't a good show. I feel like that's probably pretty offensive to most Italians. They'll be like, are you kidding me? Sopranos isn't a good show. They'll like fight you over it.
All right, so I watched The Sopranos a couple months ago for the first time.
Wait, you watched it? I didn't know you watched things.
Shows I'm better at than I am with movies, but man, oh man, am I ready to watch it again.
Really?
I see reels and like TikToks all the time, and I'm like, oh, I miss this. Like, I miss this show so much. Yeah. I feel like an instant connection. I don't know if it's because, I don't know.
I mean, gold did just kind of break back to the upside here. So if we recapture that low we took out, I actually might, I might have just been a little early on my long. I ideally want to see a break above 45.16 to really confirm this low in gold. If we break above 45.16, then I'll probably start attempting another long again. Yeah, that's my feelings right now on gold. That low could definitely be in. It just seemed like I was a little early on that cascading lower. Unfortunately, that was just an expansionary move. I should have waited for that to be over, but what you gonna do? But yeah, if we go lower, like my support levels either break above 43.15s or a move down to 42.72 to 42.62 is my current plan. I want to see how long this rally lasts. I would potentially have a short setup at 43.10s here. 43.10s.
I like gold too if it can get back above 43.13-ish.
Yeah. If we trade that, I don't know. I also got to, we'll see. I want to, like, after I take a trade, I try to wait 25 minutes. And so I was out of that trade at 9:05. So come 9:30, I'll re-engage my analysis as opposed to trying to overtrade it.
Oh, so the time thing works too for when you exit a trade to when you want to take one again?
Yeah, it's just like what it does. It just kind of hits the brakes for me.
That's
like
cool.
I think a lot of times, I know for myself, I've done it before where it's like I get in a trade and I'm wrong. And of course, everybody has that same feeling when they get in a trade and, they lose, like that they need to get it back. So just to like make sure I'm avoiding that, like I tell myself like, well, just wait, like, is this really like we got all day? I'm looking at 4 different markets. Do I immediately need to take, even if it is a good trade, like, do I need to take it? More times than not, you don't. So it's just a little pause button I have in my head that keeps me from doing one of the 3 cardinal sins in trading that lead to outsized losses, which is over trading. And the other 2 are moving your stop down and sizing up. Avoid those 3 and you'll let your system play out a whole lot better.
So how would you like advise someone who wants to implement that? How would you advise them? Like, what do you tell yourself to ensure you don't trade before that 25 minutes is up?
So like just from like a standard discipline, that's like if you can't stop yourself from trading for a certain period of time, you probably just really don't have that much self-control. And I think everybody has the ability to have that type of self-control. It's just a matter of whether you want to exert it or not. Now, if you find yourself that you are so impulsive that you cannot even follow a simple timeout rule set for 20 minutes, then you really need to work on yourself in probably more than one way. But yeah, it's just, yeah. Sizing up is not the same as adding. I would say sizing up and adding are different, but similar. They're cousins, they're both dogs, but different breeds. Because usually adding is there's adding after winners and there's adding after losers, and sizing up is just doubling your initial position. So I think they're different, but they're all wrapped together. But I mean, sizing in a winner is fine, but sizing into a loser is averaging down.
It's one of the worst things you can do.
Yeah. Like you'll see me when I take stops, like it's just like, I'm just wrong, and that's fine. I can be wrong. That's okay.
All right, Deli, take care. See ya. Ciao for now.
Do you think they're letting Crudele land the plane himself? I could see him being a pilot. He's kind of got that look.
All I know is he's first to get off the plane. That's for sure.
He's just like checking his watch, getting on over the air. This is your captain speaking, Anthony Crudele.
Dead. Do we have any rules with wiggle room or margin? I don't know. I gotta think about that.
I feel like
I really don't know off the top of my head.
There's like a rule, like if I see a trade and I'm not in it, it's over. Sometimes I break that one. I'm like, it's not over. I'm getting in. Like that means like if like let's say the CL limit, I'm at 75.68. We come down to 75.72s. We don't fill me. I will sometimes drag my order into the market as opposed to waiting for that limit to get filled. Ideally,
I do that too.
Yeah, like so that's like ideally I want to be filled at the price I want to be bid at or offered, whatever side I'm on. But if I'm really confident in the trade and there's a great reaction very close to where my entry was, I will just simply drag my order in. But that changes my risk reward. But sometimes it be like that.
God bless you.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I've sneezed every single day this week on stream. I don't know what's going on.
That Canadian smoke.
Oh, dude, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's do those fires out? Like I haven't seen much of it.
I have no idea, but it cleared up by us. We're pretty close to Canada.
Morning, Dope Book. I am so excited for them, but I need a little more liquidity. So I think like anything, good things take time, and I think it's going to be a great thing. I know they got listed here on Ninja, I believe, and I saw some other brokers also listing them, which I guess maybe they weren't last week. I'm really not even sure. Everybody was kind of, it's the chicken or the egg, who's gonna come first, the retail or the market makers. And I think both sides are walking in slowly, and institutions too, possibly. Hedging. I mean, I think it's a really good, in theory, it's a great hedging product for anybody who, wants to lock in a gain. I think you're going to see a lot more activity, maybe towards the end of the year where people don't want to take tax implications of selling long-term winners, especially in some of the larger stocks, but they do want to kind of lock that gain in for their year-to-date performance. I would assume there's going to be some of that coming into the end of the year. So my expectation is, going into November, December, if these stocks that are listed are up a bunch, I bet there's going to be some people locking in that year-to-date gain, because why wouldn't they? Because they don't want to sell their position, right? Like, so you see a lot of like tax strategy trading around the end and beginning of the year as people either are selling selling losers, harvesting that tax loss. So, but maybe if it picks up volume before then, like a lot of volume, like I'm talking no spreads, or like 1 tick spreads, that's what I'm looking for. It's going to be harder for me to trade it until those spreads really tighten, but I'm excited that they offered the product. Yeah, eggs were so 10 minutes ago. Okay, this gold is bidding on this low here at least 10 minutes ago.
All right, I'm watching
okay,
ES.
He's not going to know until 10 minutes that he's late.
Well,
right?
hopefully he sees my message and he hits live and catches up.
Maybe he just wants to listen to the whole segment, Salma. You ever think about that?
Maybe.
You know?
Maybe. But for ES, guys, I want to watch to see if previous day low gets taken out and we start dropping. 33 would be my first target. And then if we can get above midnight open, above like 63, 65-ish, then my next target would be 86. Those are the two levels I want to watch to see us break out of this range.
Okay. And they are off. So far, failure to get any continuation lower in gold. So I am thinking more on the side that was a possible liquidation. And I feel like anything quite yet. We get a limit in the NASDAQ at 29,193 quarter if we get a continued push down. But we're gapping down, 200 points here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ moved pretty nice overnight. ES was the one that kind of just did a whole lot of nothing.
SanDisk smoking itself overnight. Yeah,
look at APP.
APP.
It got cooked. I mean, last I checked, they got cooked. I don't know about.
Okay,
now,
just a huge divergence in the performance between the ES and the NQ here, with the ES opening up on the day slightly, NASDAQ down almost a full percent right now. So definitely a difference between your winner and loser here. All right, gold is bidding out now. I'm going to attempt this. Again.
NQ looking weak. Russell also pushing lower here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would love the NASDAQ to push lower because my limit is lower. I think we need a bigger wash.
If we take out previous day low, I'm ready to get in some shorts.
Previous day low, like overnight low? Like, what do you mean previous day low? Like, we're already through it.
Like,
are you talking Monday? Oh, ES?
Yeah, ES.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking NASDAQ. I see.
No, NQ, I can't touch.
That's right.
Bless you.
Allergic to NASDAQ.
Yeah.
They must see me winding up the sneeze production when I'm like, when you're about to sneeze and you start looking like you're crazy.
Yep. And then someone says, bless you before you sneeze, and then it goes away. Oh, I hate that shit.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going short here. This is tying up stops a little bit. Just want to see if this works out. I'll just knife through this.
We're cooking. There's your push to low. Wow, Western Digi down 20%. Memory names getting crushed. Did they have earnings too, or is that a reaction to SanDisk? Because that's pretty crazy that they reacted.
What's the name?
Western Digi. but I think
Let me
I think it's
see.
a memory play
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
WDC, yeah, they've reported as well.
Oh, okay. Those memory boys are
Oh, you
reporting
got
on
the
the same
Dow
day.
starting to drop as well here, guys. Almost taken out previous day low. Come on. I just don't want this to be like yesterday's open where we kind of just did a whole lot of wicking back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, I want to short, but I want to short a bounce. So like my NQ short level right now is realistically like 500 or 500 or 580. Those are the two levels I'm watching, preferably 580 because it takes us back into the gap fill. I'm definitely selling that when we get there. But the ES, I can see the ES kind of squeezing through overnight high and being a little trappy and then dropping if that's the setup, like squeezing up to 77, 80. That'd be later in the day.
All right.
Yeah.
Looks like I might get stopped here. They are going to do some BS. Yeah, I don't like the way this is looking here. Just the movement.
Yeah, that is a wild. Wow, wiki.
What's up? Did you learn today? How you doing?
Wow, wikis.
Bro, production's awake.
Yeah, they're on it. Will Smith, great album, One and Only.
You got
West.
a couple names from the
Do you
mag
even
set
know
I'm
that
trying
Will
to
Smith has an
push.
album?
No, and I don't really like his stuff. I just got stopped out. We got Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, Amazon, Google, all trying to push here. Okay.
Lumion, what do you mean by large trades? Like big order book like orders? Like
Sheesh.
yeah, well that's the thing. This is the first dip after the pullback. So like I don't want to be too faked out into thinking, you know, that we're gonna go too much lower here. Like let's I mean, picture this run. This run has been very aggressive to the upside. This is the first time we're getting a gap down. People are bidding it. So I think the call is to remain long off the open here. Is what it's looking like.
Yeah, well, now that's my sign to just chill out and sit tight till 10. I'll wait for all this first 30-minute craziness to get out of the way. What is your advice on 50K prop for stop loss percentage? In my opinion, I mean, I don't do fixed stop losses based off of, you can, I guess, base it off of percentage or dollar amount. I would base it off of where does your trade get invalidated. So sometimes that could be $100, it could be 300, whatever. Base it off the chart.
I'm getting
And if
long
you
the
size
YM.
appropriately, you should be fine. Dude, this is wild. Okay, cool. I'm glad.
Gold's ripping back up too. I literally got stopped out on the 5-minute low. Feels great, man. It's all right. We come back and we play. Stop loss percentage is 5% good. 5% of the total. See, the other thing is like, that's just like an imaginary number, 50K, to be completely honest. Your drawdown is what, 2K on those?
Yeah, I think most firms 2K standard.
So like 0.5% on 50K is probably too much when your drawdown is roughly 4%. So I mean, maybe I'm thinking about this incorrectly, but that would mean you have 4 losses to a full bust. If you're risking 0.5% and 2%, your account's actually zeroing out. I think 4 losses in a row to take you out of your like test, whatever you want to call it. What do you call it? Eval. Okay. Evaluation. Yeah, I think that's too tight. I would risk, my bet size there on a 50K would be $200, so which would give me 10 consecutive losers.
Consistency rule is killing my payout. I just can't get it below 15%. Any word of advice? Isaac, I would just say don't get those accounts again. I hate consistency unfunded. Especially when you take like a loss and you end the day red, your consistency gets all messed up and you got to work twice as hard. It's not fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, you really got to be aware, and that's why I know all the rules or whatever you're playing, because if you get a big day, that's like, let's say you have like a $5,000 day or something, and you got to get that down to 20% of your consistency. Like, you don't want to do that. You really want to know. I mean, you got to know the math of, okay, what's the profit goal of the account before I can take the payout, and then really divide that by, the amount of days you have to trade, and then, don't go over that, because you're just going to make it hard on yourself. Yeah, Dominic, I'm very aware. That's why I said don't make that much money.
You can still make that much money. It would just make all your other days a little bit harder.
And that's the thing. I mean, it's a math game. Like, if your profit target, let's just easy math. Like, if your profit target to withdraw is 10K and you make 5,000 in a day, well, in order to get that consistency rule, you're going to have to make 25 grand. Like, so you're going to have to do 150% more than you would just because you wanted to have a big day. You got to know those numbers going into it. You got to know, like, prop firms are great when you understand the math, but if you don't understand the math, like, ask a question about it, do some research. It's not something you should quit over, but you should definitely understand it.
Also, 15% is very tight. Like, I don't know, what firm is that, or what account type? The ones I know are usually like either 30, 40, or 50%.
Man, I can't even get back in this gold. We're just ripping.
Oh, shoot. I did say I like gold above 43.12.
So anytime we have an ATR expansion candle, I'm typically going to get stopped, because that's basically what my stop is based on. So I got stopped out on that push lower. That was my entry. I think I don't remember where my stop was exactly. I'll have to think back, but I think I was within like 2 points of that low. Yeah, that's the bad guy, or I actually don't know if that's the Budai, the buddy. I don't know how to read your name, to be honest, but yeah, that's a great, having a profit cap. Like, it just shut off your account. Stop trading when you make a certain amount of money. Yeah. That's probably the easiest way to go about it.
When I used to run the pro accounts on Lucid, they have a consistency, and so I would just decide, okay, what do I want my largest stake to be? So let's just say like $1,000, and then everything else would obviously have to be less than, and then everything is calculated on your dashboard. And then it ends up working out because you get capped on your payout anyway. So there's no reason to go for those home run days, because you're not able to withdraw it anyway. So why are you going to make your life that much harder?
I'm long Dow, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't like this.
We're not. I just kind of think it's a little stronger here, as far as what it held. I mean, the ES, like, I would have eventual targets. Like, if the Dow, we swept that low of the prior day, and like not the overnight low, but that RTH low at the end of the day, that 4 o'clock
83.
low. Yeah. And then I got a level at this 54,000 to 54,529s. If we can continue to hold that, I see us at least getting up to like 45,800 today. 54,800 would be kind of, I don't know if we got the oomph to take out highs of the prior day, but I do think we can, do more of a two-sided range trade here. So that would be my final target.
Yeah, looks like NQ's got some steam now. Let's see about those memory names. Hold on, see what they're doing. Yep. Micron's pushing, SNDK, everything. Wow.
Pushing back up.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like it.
Yep.
I'm glad I got out of that CL when I did, because we've been falling since.
Yeah.
It's a freaking cruise missile to the upside. This is like an action that I find hard to get in, but
this is why I sometimes like to wait for that 10 a.m. to roll around.
yeah, I'm a 9:45 guy, and here we are at 9:45.
Yeah.
That's kind of my, like, I do think there'll be potential retests here. Like if we retest over the next couple of days, 77.50 half, that's going to be one of my more important levels. In the NASDAQ, it's going to be a 29,405. I don't, even though this is a pretty strong low here, let me see. I'm just kind of doing some analytical research. Yeah, I don't know. I see where we came off of. Yep. 29,400 is going to be my retest anticipation for the NQ. I'm going to go ahead and place a level at that 29,400. And just leave it for the rest of the day.
That's the 5-minute 9 EMA.
Oh, is it? Nice.
Somehow your levels do always align with the 9 EMA.
I guess I just trade the 9 EMA and nobody told me.
Yeah. I don't like the way ES looks at all. It's giving me yesterday vibes with all these wicks. If I wanted wiki action, I would have went and traded NQ.
There it is.
Yep.
All right. No. There you go. All right. Now I got my order correct. Come on, Dow. Man, we are rippity dip. Rippity dip. It's always trappy. Get used to it. Honestly, I hate to say it, but that's just what the market does.
I hate that.
You know what? You just got to become aware of it.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I get frustrated by it too, but
like one of the best things you can do as a trader is know what things work for you and what things don't. So
I was literally thinking this morning that we were going to have a IFVG bottom. Like that's not even like my trading style, but like I know what that style works under, and it's gap downs because you get that exhaustion selling like right off the open, and then as soon as it reverses, it's a one way. And the only way for me in like my strategy to get in that is literally just like a market order, which I typically don't like to do. I like to be a little more patient than that. But like if you plan it out in advance, like if you planned it out for like, oh, it's look for that reversal candle. I mean, there was like a 1 minute hammer candle. Like, do I trade 1 minute hammer candles? No. You know, like, but this is, you know, when you have that earnings gap down after like a multi-day hard run to the upside, that's when you're going to get it. Like we're down 300 plus points in the NASDAQ with the ES trading evens.
Yeah. Look at ES right now at my midnight open level. Getting above this would break us out of this range that we've just been in since yesterday. And it's, I don't know, let's see if it does it. If it does,
Dow,
86 is in play, 20 points higher.
Dow, show me love.
River Rock is telling me to buy them. Should I go
buy them
long,
with
chat?
both hands. Thank you all for watching us trade the open with it. Wait, have we ever traded the open together?
Yeah. It was on a Thursday too.
Yeah, that's
Like
usually
last month.
it's usually when they put me on Thursdays. I've never been on an open other than Thursday.
I prefer Thursday over Mondays. It's like I do the Monday every Monday.
I agree. I've never done a Monday, but I like to sleep in on a Monday.
Oh, that's not why, but it's just.
Oh, you don't sleep in, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to sleep in.
Well, then do it.
But then I can't look like this if I want to come on camera.
You can look like
if
this.
If I'm gonna sacrifice sleep.
Beauty and brains. Is that what you're trying to say?
Listen, it takes a while to look good, and I like to ease into my mornings. So
the only time I've ever done my hair like that is when I showed up on stream like as Jackie, and my hair was already done for me.
Dead. Mac Har's desk says I'll let Tanya know. No, it's not about who I'm trading with. It's about the day. Like Mondays are a little bit trickier, right? You're starting off the week. You don't know what's gonna happen. Thursdays are a little bit like cooler. We're towards the end of the week. That's about it. Thank you guys. Thanks, Jude.
It's anti-Jackie, Glenn. Anti-Jackie.
All right, let's see if Midnight Open rejects in the same way that previous day low acted as support and bounced us. If it rejects, we stay range bound as for now.
Yeah, that might get taken out here on this YM.
There's definitely a little bit of a struggle here.
No love in a YM. I think
dude, Dow's dropping.
I think we're going, next thing I have below, we're probably going to take out that prior day low in the YM, get down to that 54,309, unless we can reverse it here. But
see, I kind of want to short it here, but I have a feeling they'll just rip right through the second I get in.
Dinner with Pax was great.
NQ still so strong. Even Nvidia starting to push here. I'm stalling a bit before.
Pax told me some legendary stories. Make me laugh, make me cry. No, it didn't make me cry. We had a great dinner though. Picture going to a restaurant with Pax. He just knows everybody. I'm like, Pax, do you own this joint? Like, is that why you always want to go here? He's shaking hands. Sir, how are you? There was a guy there who was his first day at work, and he was like a manager type. Pax goes, "Who's that new guy?" I'm like, "What do you know who works here?" Like, and then Pax goes up to him as we leave and he goes, "Hey, you just start here?" The guy goes, "Yeah, it's my first day." I was like a dead. Pax is just checking up on him.
Forget about it.
Capiche? Capiche. You wore the Ferragamos.
Did he?
No, I didn't look at his feet.
Oh.
I didn't look at his feet. They were under the table. He wasn't playing footsie with me. There's none of those games.
Mike Habges, you're right. He does talk to new people like he's known them forever.
Ferragamos.
I kind of want to short this here. Kind of want to wait till 10.
No, it's just I don't like that structure. It's just I feel like I got nothing to do outside of wait for my 400.
Wait, you got out of your YM?
Yeah, I mean, it's moving against me. That's what I usually do when things move against me. I think YM's going lower. Just it should have been holding. I think we're getting down. I think we're going to sweep the prior day low and trade into 54,310 area. That's what I'm going to place an order on, 54,310 for the YM. So nothing interesting, just total divergence between the setups here. Like YM was a little stronger, then NASDAQ bounced back. So I'm hitting the pause.
So this is like what I was saying earlier in the week on Monday. Sometimes I feel like ES is standing in the middle and it's being pulled on both sides, like kind of tug of war. Looks like NQ wants to push, take ES higher with it. But then you've got the YM and the Russell's sort of on the same boat as ES, but you got the YM dumping and there's a little bit of weakness being shown in ES, and it's kind of like, okay, which way are you gonna go? Toughie.
What's up, Spencer? Okay. Now I'm putting a name to the face, Spencer. Now I realize who you are, to be honest.
What you mean? He was at, I'm pretty sure
I
he was
know,
at the
but
Miami
like I never
meetup.
know. Like I remember meeting Spencer, but like I don't remember. Like sometimes in the chat, like I'm like, "Are you them?" Oh yeah, you're them.
Spencer and Cooper both.
Yep. I remember that. Well, Cooper, Cooper kind of grew up where I grew up. So we had some friends in common or,
Oh, nice.
people we knew.
Bless you.
Thank you, man. I'm allergic to this action.
God bless you.
All right. I'm going to put that order in for YM that I talked about down at 54,309s. Looking for a sweep of that prior day to settle back into the close of August 4th. Love sneezing. Me too. As long as my eyes aren't itching, I don't mind it. But man, being allergic,
all right, I went short again. Tightening up stops. Okay, let's see.
Spencer, got my computer that I run it on isn't really that impressive, but depends on what you got. I don't even.
Now let's see what ES is going to do here.
How old is your computer, Spencer? Like my computer that I'm running this on is I think it's like it's got to be at least 4 years old, 5 years old.
She said your indicator is too beefy.
I built it with extra muscles. She's a heavy girl. No, I mean,
Indicator drinks 3 raw eggs every morning.
she's gym 4 days a week.
Just 4? What day during the week don't you go, Jack?
Friday. What do you mean? There's 3 days a week I don't go if I only go 4. No, honestly, it just kind of
I meant during like weekdays.
Yeah. Like tomorrow, actually today, I probably won't be able to go unless I go like middle of the day because I'm traveling later. So I just try to get it in. Some days I'll go 5 days a week, but if I just have like conflicts where like I cannot make it, then I just simply cannot make it. But I'll rip it at home.
Oh yeah, you got a setup at home?
Yeah, I got a pull-up bar. I got a 40-pound kettlebell that interchanges from 40 to 10 in increments of 5. I got some interchangeable dumbbells, got myself a yoga mat, some perfect push-ups, just enough to keep the aesthetic going, but not a full gym setup. No, I one day.
All right,
But, yeah.
Russell is pushing here too now. I don't like this dispersion. I don't love this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be waiting at that 29,400 in the NQ. I just have a bunch of limits here. Bunch of limits that I'm waiting on.
That's good though, because your limits usually do you well. Soothsayers asking support resistance and the 9 EMA, which one would you prioritize for order entry and TP? So it just depends on the
Apparently
structure.
they're one and the same, Salma.
Well, I mean, the 9 EMA can definitely act as support or as resistance, but I guess I'm going to go ahead and assume that they actually mean like areas where I think we might reject and areas where I think we might be bid, but it just depends on market structure overall. So like if we have a day like Monday where was it Monday or was it Tuesday? Which day did we have the nonstop ripper? Tuesday? If it was a day like the day we had this week, earlier in the week, I don't know, I forget, guys. But if we have just a day where it's just nonstop pushing, and it's a true trend day, then 9 EMAs can be my best friend. But on a day like today, where I come in, ES is kind of doing this whole like choppy range bound mess, then I'm gonna go ahead and prioritize support and resistance over the 9 EMA. 9 EMA really, I just tend to use on trend days.
Oil kind of peaking back up here.
Bro, ES is having a hard time here deciding what it wants to do.
Yeah, ES kind of the lame duck here today.
It's definitely struggling.
It's on the struggle bus. Probably went to dinner last night with Pax and drank a bunch of martinis. Not saying that's what I
who
did.
paid? Let's hear that.
No need. No need.
All right. 50-50?
No, we don't split bills.
No, I don't believe in that either.
I snuck it in on him, Salma.
Did you really?
I got him.
That's good.
I got him. And you know what? He was very grateful. He said, nobody ever pays for me. I go,
yeah, next time we'll make sure you don't
ever
get to do that
again.
again.
A bunch of drinks in Miami. I was like, come on, dude. I owe you. I tell you what, though, I almost had to wrestle him for it. You were going to catch us on the ground fighting over that check. Yeah.
You're like, I got to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, pull one of those.
No, that's good, though. Jim.
Jim, no problem, my guy. You call me. You show up in Chicago. I got you. I tell you what, though, might be hard to make it to you. Oh, what the heck?
Right, just make a decision already. Yes, Macum. Oh, make them crazy? Yes, I did. You can look it up. It's called PAX 2 dashes 30 sec OR, and then it'll say published by Salma. So you can find it there.
Times.
What is it?
I said couple 2-3 times.
What does that mean?
You know, means what it means. You never heard that?
No.
I don't really know if it means anything, to be honest. Oh, don't worry, Spencer. I think that was a corporate gig. Do not regret that. Actually, I don't know if that was a
I
personal
am
check. Was it a personal check
excited.
somebody wrote?
Wait, when? When did we have
Lunch. Wait, were you at lunch?
What
First
what
day?
lunch? Yeah. Was Spencer was with us?
Yeah. Some memory you have, please.
Oh, PAX paid. Okay, yeah, he was with us. Sorry.
That's right.
My
That's
bad.
right.
That was fun.
Pax's card is
Dude.
tied to NinjaTrader's bank account.
I influenced PAX to get us there was this like the sushi appetizer thing, this plate. I'm like to PAX, all right, we're a big table. We gotta get 3 of these. Bro, he got 3 of them without thinking. I was like, yes. That's the best thing ever. Do you have some of that? You did.
Oh, I had like one bite. I had just
Come
come
on.
from lunch.
It was so good because I had it
Had I
earlier in the
known
day.
that we were gonna get lunch, I wouldn't have stopped at the Wendy's in Alligator Alley. Okay, I was like coming off a spicy chicken sandwich with a Diet Coke and a large fry with a side of barbecue sauce. I would much rather eat sushi. I was so hungry. I was driving for like 2 hours. Like, I gotta eat. This is like, I'm gonna have to go to the hotel. I'm gonna have to check in. Like, I was like, I gotta eat. Pulled over, and then I was feeding fries to the alligators. All right, we might come. So a couple things that I have off screen here. 43.15 bid in MGC, 29,399 half bid in MNQ. And then you see what I'm working with over here with the MCL and the MYM. So I'm a patient man right now.
Cool down, Dave. I was going to say something, but you know what? I decided let him live.
Calories over taste. Yeah. And sometimes if I'm on the road, I'm doing taste over calories. But you know, if I'm at home and I can crush a couple of raw eggs to the dome, I'll drink it on stream next. I'm not on next Thursday. I'm not on Trade the Open, but next Trade the Open I'm on. We'll just do a raw egg challenge.
Oh God.
What you never asked for and don't want to see.
Literally. You know, it's tricky when Jack is not in a position. Literally. Another literally. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, in this type of action, when you do get that like jam lower and then jam higher, like, you know, I did take a trade. I was stopped out, and you know, that's fine and all. But now I just know where I want us to be, and I'll wait till we come there. But you know, that's like really the crucial part is like, hey, if this market, like when we jam lower and then immediately jam higher, it's very hard for me to be in a position. I have to wait for something to set up. And we also have divergence in the indexes, meaning they're not all trading the same direction. You know, Dow's literally almost on lows as the Nasdaq's pushing highs. ES seems to not care about anything. And so when you don't have that uniformity across the indexes, I think they're a little harder to trade. Let's take a look at my handy dandy scanner. See, like, get a couple of readings here.
Russell just took out overnight highs. Dow still trying to drop.
Yeah, the best read I have right now, like if I just look at this, I have 2 good reads, and one of them is bearish in the YM and the other one is bullish in the NQ. So because the majority of the indexes are reading mostly bullish right here, and we just put in, I would be enticed to trade the Nasdaq bullish more than anything else. So I do have a limit down here. I don't know if it's going to fill. We'll see where we're at come like 10:30. I may be willing, because we've like put a base in here for 25 minutes and we are shifting above that base in the Nasdaq. So I may be willing to now move that order up. I still will pay attention to that level in the future because that's a higher time frame level. Could trade tomorrow, could trade next week, 29,400, call it. You know, for easy math. But at this point in time, because right now, according to my reading, the Nasdaq is the most bullish market, I will be more aggressive in that. Now with the YM, I'm limiting that market, but I'm limiting it below where we're currently trading. I'm all the way down 100 points below where we're currently trading. I feel comfortable where that level is. I'm not going to move it up. This scan is telling me I don't need to move it up because we're still trending down. But the scan is telling me that I may need to move up my NASDAQ order if I want to be trading that market because of how fast it's moving to the upside. So that's going to be my next adjustment here. And rent.
And scene.
And I know what I'm going to do. Here we go.
Russell is so strong.
Yep. All right. I went bid 29,516 quarter here in the NQ. Russell's strong too.
Russell, yeah, Russell's the strongest, I'd say right now, just based off of movement. I don't know about percentage wise though. Hold on. Yeah, and percentage wise, it's strongest.
Okay. Haven't looked at that today.
Oh, they're gonna likely stop me out here.
Oh yeah. Oof.
You should have been short the YM.
Yeah. I wonder what's leading that sucker down right now.
Leading, I'll tell you. You got CRM.
Okay.
United Health. Honeywell.
Okay.
IBM. Those are all red, and as well as Home Depot.
Oh.
Those are the ones leading us lower on the Dow.
Home Depot. You ever go to Home Depot? You big Home Depot girl?
No, maybe once I've been there.
Really?
Jack, I hate something called shopping, whether it be for clothes, food.
Computers too, apparently.
Oh, please. I have a very well-functioning laptop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but you need one with the PC. We're going up to the midpoint here in the RTY, middle of the prior day's range, 30-40. We're below the mid, I believe, in all of these indexes. So a lot of times when I see these gap down reversals, like my expectation is that we rotate to the mid. The mid in the NASDAQ is 29,802. So like I actually think NASDAQ's at this point in time, like confirmed that we have buyers here to the upside. Yeah.
30-40 is also quarterly open on the Russell. Let me see. Is that also monthly open? Hold on.
Caterpillar.
It's not. It's quarterly open though.
What did you go to
40.
Home Depot for the one time you were there, Salma? I feel like it's a
Yeah, maybe a paintbrush, like one of those small paintbrushes or something. When we first moved in, needed to paint.
You big painter.
No. Guys, you know what I like to do though? I like to do the taping. I like to tape. I'm meticulous with that. Can't paint to save my life though.
I think I'm just gonna have to wait for a pullback, unfortunately.
Bro, I don't think it's coming.
No, it's coming. It's
All
coming.
right.
It's just not coming it might not be coming until 12:30, but it's coming. It's always coming. It doesn't just go. I mean, I think the NASDAQ will pull back. I would think NASDAQ will pull back the least shallow. But I mean, I got freaking orders all over the place. But I mean,
the least shallow?
Like, yeah, meaning like my limit in the NQ is the most aggressive out of all my index limits. My limit in the NQ right now is 29,034, which isn't really a deep pullback from where we're currently. That's where we were 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. Took a second to register.
Gotta go like this. This is
Bro,
how
please.
how do you come up with your levels? I go like this. I love a good scalp massage.
Gotta be careful on the temples.
Around your temples?
Yeah. Could hurt yourself. Chat
Really?
knows. Yeah, what do you mean?
Dude, you're telling me I'm gonna hurt myself going like this?
Very sensitive. Your temples are very
Yeah, maybe if you
sensitive.
get punched in the head. That little temple massage.
It'd be so awesome if we just reject from here, but it's not gonna happen, is it? Wishful thinking, Salma.
I think my gold's gonna get filled before anything. We just popped into a new high and got rejected on this 25-minute range here in GC.
Was that previous day high on GC?
No, it's just like local high, but like topping tail here on the last 5 minutes, so it could pull back. I'm looking for basically like just a sweep of some of this most recent consolidation down into my bid.
All right, I'm gonna get out of this.
What do you got on?
The ES short from 59. Yeah, I'll take a 2-point stop on that. And now, guys, it's gonna drop. Never fails. Yeah, I'd rather get out, reassess, and see what happens. Jack, someone's asking, what's your limit in gold?
16.7. 43.16.7.
Thanks for Rock just trying to. Well, I'll just reassess. Not a big deal.
Here comes the pullback.
Well, Dow looks like it wants to continue with the drop. But NQ is just not budging. NQ is pushing higher. Even Rusty starting to reject that quarterly open. Salma's bearish bias is clouding her judgment. I mean, no, not really. Took a 2-point stop. How's that? Is that clouding my judgment?
How do you handle it?
Oh my God.
How do you get over the emotional debility of a 2-point stop?
Believe that?
Do you have to get up from your desk? Take a breather.
Yeah, guys, can I get a business duck? I gotta go do some meditation.
She's joking. Don't give her business stuff.
No,
Don't leave me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Don't leave
I'm kidding. Chill, bro. You're the one that said you had to get business duck later.
Yeah. I'll just
guys, for like 2 minutes. For 2 minutes, it's gonna be the Salma.
Man,
show.
this NASDAQ keeps going. My limit is moved up again here. I'm at 29.50, 550.75. Just keep moving my limits up, but we're probably going all the way up to that mid. Once again, that mid is 29,802, and I'm pretty confident it's getting hit today. I need to get with Andre and run some stats.
Bro, I want to get Edgeful access so bad. I should probably just.
Dude, he'll give it to you.
I mean, I honestly didn't even think about it until I saw someone the other day post about like the stat prior to or leading up to FOMC on NQ, and I was like, whoa, they have stats like that? Like I didn't even know.
What was the stat?
It was just like for the like last 4 or 5 meetings, the Monday and Tuesday leading into FOMC had a much better move than Wednesday itself. And yeah, like I just saw that and I was like, wait, I didn't know Edgeful had something like that. So stuff like that I would want it for.
Oh, you know what? I feel so bad, but I've missed 3 calls with Andre. I'm a bad
Why?
person because I'm so bad with meetings. My first call with NinjaTrader I missed too. It was Deli and I think Chab or no Ryan, and they set up a meeting. And I just didn't show up because I just don't keep a calendar. I know it sounds so dumb, but like I just do the same thing every day. So when somebody puts a meeting, like because I never have meetings, I just forget about it.
Oh, I mean, no. You
I'm
gotta
getting
be
better
more
now.
organized.
I'm getting better. But like for years, like if you like you're meeting with me, why? But now I'm like, I guess I'm used to like going on Ninja. I'm like, oh wait, I have to pay attention.
Yeah, PBH, I did say that. Yep. Yeah, Fish, I didn't realize that they had like stats and calculations on basically anything. So yeah, I definitely would like to check it out. Hey, Jude says, I'm assuming Jude's a woman. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry, but they say they hate meetings. It's like, Jack, our meetings are not even really meetings. Like when we meet,
Well, yeah, these I don't really consider these meetings. And like this
no.
is something that's the other thing because I'm trading, like my focus is in trading. So like I'll just be in a position, I'll like totally like forget what time of day it is, and then it'll be like, oh, I had a meeting at 10 o'clock, huh? Yeah, it's now 10:40. And I've been staring at the NASDAQ for like the
Dead.
last 200 points. Like that's just what happens. Like if I wasn't trading, like like if you're a trader, you're just used to trading all day. But like if you're taking meetings, like you're taking meetings all day, right? Like so it's just like part of your routine. Like that's just not part of my routine. My routine is check the quotes. Question, Jack. The timer clocks you use to program and set the trades, what are the brand names and where did you get them? May have asked before. Please
It's a
advice. So I have
kitchen.
this really special one. It's called I believe Betty Crocker makes it. It's very, very nice. No, I literally don't even know. This is like drop startup trading SUT code when you purchase it on Amazon. That's literally just a blank kitchen timer, dude. I do have a timer built in that I actually coded into Ninja now that tells me exactly how long I've been in trade, but I do still use this. So as soon as I take a trade, I have a timer that starts on my NinjaTrader screen. It's not, you guys can't see it, but it's off to the side. And it turns red after 25 minutes, but it keeps counting.
I'm sure that's something someone can make with
Yeah,
Claude.
it's literally, oh, sorry. Yeah, you
No,
could
go ahead.
make that probably pretty easy. Maybe I'll give it away for free. How about that? Who wants a timer on Ninja for free? How about that? I'll make you guys sign up for my emails. I'll build it. Shh, fine. Ask and you'll
Fine, I'll
receive.
do it myself. Is
But
it?
yeah, 2-pack timer, Amazon. No brand name. Very bad at marketing. Does have a magnet on the back if you want to put it on your fridge.
Bro. You got Apple and Nvidia rejecting here, guys. Apple just continuing to make new lows on the day. Still though, no effect. Q is strong as ever.
Yeah. If you guys get here with that, 800 likes, and I'll build you guys a timer that you can put in Ninja. And you know what? I'll try to build one for TradingView.
There you go. Bang. Mac Hart, I did not watch the new
But you
Spider-Man
guys
movie.
really
No.
got to get those numbers up.
We have 1,000 people watching. We can
So
get
yeah, you can do it. I don't know how many of you guys got us on mute, but I bet it's less than 200.
yeah. Look at
Yeah,
Microsoft.
the Martha Stewart timer comes with inside information. It's fantastic. You got to be careful opening it up in front of a camera though, because they know. So if you're going to use the Martha Stewart timer, just be careful to keep it out of the view of Big Brother.
Harry, I don't know what that means.
the Fed drift. I would assume
What's
Perry works with me, just so you know, Salma.
okay.
Perry works with me. Perry is a market profile genius and has been trading longer than I've been alive.
Oh, I guess he's okay. Okay, I guess he's referring to when I mentioned the edge full stat. I think he's a little delayed.
Oh, that could be what he's referring to.
Yeah.
So the Fed drift prior to. Interesting. Okay. Good
Yeah,
to know.
I was like, wait, what are we talking about here? But I think he's just watching a couple minutes back.
Sometimes I catch myself watching a couple minutes back.
I know.
I don't
Mine,
know. Like YouTube doesn't do like a good job. Like if you like click off of it or something, and then you're frozen.
Yes. Money for Lambo. You can just hear it's you look it up. This is it. Oh, actually, sorry. I realize you guys can't see that.
Whoa.
It's called PAX dash 30-second OR. Spell it the way it's written here, and then author should say Salma OGS. Hope that helps.
I gotta go to live chat.
Yeah, YouTube does have that delay. I experience it all the time whenever I click off.
Yeah, yes. Yoda, Salma too young to know the Marta story. Yeah, that went right over her head. No offense, Salma.
No, none taken, but we're starting to drop here and oh yeah, they're gonna bait me into another short. I'm
Hey,
not
look
doing
what we
it.
did. Look at my screen and the M2K. Look at that
Bro,
high.
yes, that we swept quarterly open and starting to reject. Dow is making new lows, and Q starting to reject here as Nvidia made new lows as well just now. Yeah, they're gonna bait me into another short, aren't they? I'm not doing it.
They're baiting you like a shark.
I'm not doing it.
Like
No more.
You can't keep your. It's like blood to a shark. It's like a short to Salma. Just can't help yourself. Put a little chum in the water. Give me that Jaws. Give me that Jaws. There you go.
Oh,
Did they play it? Am I hearing things?
they did. They played it twice.
My volume's pretty low right now. I can like hear your voice very clearly, but
Bro, how are you gonna say there is no short today and then say I have a strong bear bias when we literally just are rejecting? What are we talking about, guys? Are you guys baiting me right now too?
Let's not get baited. We got 30 minutes left. We haven't been baited yet. Don't start.
What do you mean there is no short?
There's never a short. There's always a market to be made.
It's like the same people who'll say, oh, you have a strong bear bias, are the same people who just got a really strong bull bias. Took that short from midnight open. That was my whole 212. That was my whole thought process. And I just exited a little too soon.
We're coming into my limit in the NQ, so we're either going to get a continuation here. I'm getting dropped back to like, honestly, 400s. If we don't hold this 550, I think we're going back to that 400 I mentioned. Man, that gold just came like a couple ticks away. You guys are all front running me.
Our downside target still remains the same on ES, still going to be 33. Wow, Jack.
Yeah, what? Yeah, you want to raise my hand?
Wow.
You didn't raise my hand, teacher. Can I get some permission over here?
All right. It is now the Salma show. Now what, guys? 15-minute on NQ does look really interesting. I think the setup looks better. I'd prefer shorting something that looks like this, well, it needs to close first, right? So if it closes as like a doji or as a shooter candle, it would look much better than the way ES is looking on the 15. Like on the 15, ES's move looks like it's already on its way. NQ still has yet to make that move. Obviously, NQ is much stronger, so you got to keep that in mind that you would be shorting the stronger asset. But, yeah, nah, smock talks. If I hope I'm not coming across as abrasive or whatever you describe me as, but sometimes like chat just says stuff, and you guys expect us to just take it. So yeah, no, I'm not trying to be rude, but you can't say there is no short setup when ES just literally just dropped. However, almost 20 points. How is that not a good short setup? And now you have people saying that it is a good short. So yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate. Definitely was a little bit of a tougher read this morning though. If anyone is short and you got in somewhere at the highs here, I would definitely target 33s. Could happen. I can always tell you a good short after happens. Yeah, right. Fly it here. Hindsight 2020. But yeah, looking at NQ, and I don't ever trade NQ, so I won't take this. But looking at NQ, the setup for shorts definitely looks a lot better and cleaner than ES. This looks like the short just wants to get started. And I think as long as NVIDIA continues sliding, then there is definitely weakness in the NASDAQ. I don't know about memory names, though, and what they're doing. Let's see. MU printed, Micron printed the same doji candle at the highs here as NQ. And yeah, SanDisk starting to give it up as well. The shorts do look good. Chat, should I take this on NQ? Jack, where are you? Come tell me if I should take it on NQ.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. The setup on NQ looks better for shorts.
What are you
here.
shorting?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I just hate.
I don't hate it.
Really hate.
I don't hate it. I'm just gonna trade from the long side though, unless I get stopped out twice. I'm gonna trade from the long side unless it gets stopped out twice, and then I'm gonna be like, I'm wrong.
All right. Well, I really hate.
Or if we get above the mid, today, which is 29,800, middle of yesterday, I will look for shorts. But I don't really like shorting below the mid in what I would consider like once we've made that reversal. Like if you were shorting below the mid while that trend was still down, but I do feel like at the open the demand has been higher and I haven't been able to get a pullback because it was basically straight up. So I'm trying to buy the first pullback personally.
I mean, that's a good plan too, though. Waiting too long. Well, I took it, and this is really me going against my hatred for NQ. We are at midnight open on NQ.
What do you hate the
that.
NQ? Why are you trading it?
Because the setup looks really, really good, and on ES it has already moved and started to drop. Whereas the setup on NQ looks like it's just starting to begin.
I just can't believe.
It should continue if ES and the Russell start to give it up. The Dow is very weak, obviously. Just ES needs to continue. There should not be any stalling.
Yeah, I came pretty close to getting filled there.
On what?
In the NASDAQ, but I had a 52 quarter was my bid.
52. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't trade.
It got really close.
Yep, close, but as they say, no
No
cigar.
cigar.
No
Yeah,
cigar.
Here we go, dude. This is why I don't touch NQ.
All right. Well, we are. You know what I told we're going to get a cigar in is we're going to get a cigar in my MYM long. So
Where are you going long
another
on?
50 points. 54,309 has been my limit. I want to move it up a couple points. I might move it up 4 points just because I feel like that's going to be a level.
They're pushing it.
Oh, actually, you know what? I don't think it'll be front run.
I vow to never touch NQ ever again in my life if this doesn't work.
Glenn,
Check and quote me on that.
Don't put what where, Glenn. Sounds like a personal statement.
Phrasing.
Don't put the hot iron in the fire. What in the work?
What are you saying?
Me? I'm talking to myself.
Oh.
Do you understand me?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
What is going on?
I'm not sure. I was told not to put what where, and I don't know what that means. So I'm trying to figure it out what I need to be doing. Glenn, let me know what I need to be doing. Please inform me so I can be informed. I need to know.
Glenn is not here, he says.
Glenn left. Glenn has been replaced by Veldon.
All right, NQ's still trying to push here.
Man, I think we're going higher. I think we're
Yeah,
going higher.
I think they will.
I am waiting for this
out.
reversal in the YM though. We're gonna play catch up. I'm either like see some price action.
I'm
like,
what's it called? Locking it up after this. Done.
I'm an informant. Can't be an informant. I live in
That's crazy.
If Pax knew I was an informant, please, you would have never went to dinner with me. Pax has got great stories about informants.
Yo. Pax just like my tweet about you guys matching. Did you guys plan that?
Oh yeah, I called him up and told him what to wear, and he listened to me. I was surprised.
So I'm zoomed into this picture of you two, and I'm like, hold up. Are they both wearing ripped shirts? And is one going vertical and is the other going horizontal?
It's funny. He's like, where'd you get your shirt?
Bro. Yeah, you guys are literally matching.
No, just kind of, I call my dad.
All right.
No, I got all my clothes are actually Pax's hand-me-downs.
Bro.
So it would make sense that we're in the same
Pax
thing.
know this?
It's really just his. Yeah. Well, the thing is, what Pax doesn't know is his wife drops his clothes off at Goodwill, and then I simply just go in after him and pick him up.
It's not funny.
So it's Ferragamos are way easier to come by that way.
Oh yeah, Daddy's gonna get his Ferragamos.
Oh yeah. Bro, if NQ just took me out to drop, I don't know what I am, but chat. This cannot be real. Not a good short. I'm not in it, Cooper. They took me out. Liquid flow.
Right,
I was looking for shorts.
I need some trade ideas. I feel like I'm boring right now. Like I'm not aggressive enough right at this point, but I will wait. I think what I don't like is that I feel like I'm gonna get filled at a lot of things at once. So I'm definitely gonna cancel one of them because I basically have Russell, NQ, and YM that could all potentially trade longs at the same time. And I don't want to be having 3 markets with correlated risk simultaneously. So I am going to cancel the whatever one trades third.
Yeah, dividend cake. I chickened out of that MES. It it was very, very close to stopping me out, and figure I closed for 2 points instead of a much bigger loss. But there goes NQ, guys. That's unfortunate as hell. I just want to see, where did I have my stop again? Where did they take me out? Hold on. They stopped me out at 85, the high of this candle. Wait. What? Bro.
Dude, anytime Pax tweets anything, I just get like blown up.
Oh, they took me out 45.
That's such a following.
Shit, man. Huh?
All right, I'm gonna get filled here on the NASDAQ.
Yoda, no, I'm not gonna short it again. I mean, listen,
that?
I tried twice. The
Can we get
idea
that
was
song
there.
that goes, and I close my eyes, nothing's like it seems. I don't know the total lyrics, but I'm sure production does. All right.
That is crazy, man.
I'm gonna tighten up this stop though. I don't really need it as big as I got it. It should either hold here or tight risk. I'll bring it into the view for y'all peoples. I gotta cancel this, Russell. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to both of them at the same time. I close my eyes. Here we go. Man, I want to hear that song so much longer than 3 seconds. What a freaking tease.
Pop in your headphones and listen to music while you're on Zoom.
Then I can't hear your voice.
You can lower it. You can lower the music.
I can't. Okay. I just think it's weird. I don't really like headphones. Bluetooth, or like, are you a plug-in girl?
Bluetooth.
So that's why your brain's fried, huh?
Probably. Bro, I am so hate watching this thing.
Oh.
This stinks.
Okay, we're getting this NQ so far. My lucky limit. My lucky limit. Look at that thing go. We're holding. Being patient pays. Yes, Cavino. Actually, Salma's a big you girl. I don't know. I don't know nothing about you. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up on another chart though, because I can't pull stocks up on Ninja. I mean, the chart is downtrending. I don't know anything about the fundamentals, but it's a crapshoot. There's like, you could argue either side here. I'd prefer, like, there was just like an MA crossover that I have, but I don't know. I don't know anything about the sector. It's not something I would personally trade.
Tracy loves it.
So what made me place my limit order? So we're 25 minutes down from the high here. 5, 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar, 4 bar, 5 bar. Okay. At the break area we broke out of. Okay. And then my stops are based on ATRs, as I go over often. But I didn't think I needed a stop actually the full 1.5 ATR. So my risk was 500 initially on the trade, and I moved it up. So my risk was only 240 here. If I get this first target off, my risk will, like, I will have captured, I don't know, what's probably like $100, and then my risk will drop down to, 25% of what I initially took. Come on, one more tick, give it to me. Yeah, let's go down a 1 minute chart, make it more exciting. There you go. First target hit. My initial risk was $500. Now my risk is $159 with a third captured. Here we go. But final targets here are going to be 29,718s. Going to need to push through here, get back up the highs. Second target high of the day. Let's see what the ES is doing.
Gold is trying to push here too.
I know. I missed my limit on that.
It's holding on to midnight open for dear
Yeah,
life.
we're gonna be
Pretty good.
That was tough. I literally got stopped out low of the day there, but that happens. We had that ATR. I refer to that as an ATR reversal where we expand into a new low of the day, but do not continue. So this yellow barcode is my free code I gave away during my Develop My Edge segment. And one of the setups I look for is when you have I refer to this as an exhaustion move where you are increasing volatility into a new low of the day, and the next 25 minutes we're back above that level. That's usually a low you can trade against. Same thing goes for the upside. If we have a average range expansion into new highs that is instantly reversed. See what CL's doing. Yeah, so that's what guy. So when I came on this morning, I was long CL, and we had this ATR into a new high, and then an immediate basically selling below. So that's where I had a third of my position left, but I decided to close it all, and then we continued lower for 25 minutes, found a bottom sideways 25, and have rallied here. Looks like if we start coming back to this entry though in the NQ, I think I'm going to go sidelined on it. I do think we need a little more consolidation. This should either move right away or not at all.
Dow is still making new lows. See, how's the 30-minute looking?
Yeah, I'm getting out of this NQ. I don't like that we didn't. I want to see that thing rocket off there. I'm going to drop it down to a lower level here.
I hate that I still think it looks good for shorts.
I mean, I don't think it looks bad for shorts. I just dropped my limit down to 29,474. So I took a third off at a first target and then noticed there was no continuation and just decided to cut the trade. We're back below my entry.
Yeah, no, that's good management.
Sometimes you got to make those on the fly decisions. Later, develop.
See ya. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out.
Or on the way in.
Or on the way in. Or right now if you forgot.
Yeah. How about, can we bump it up to 300, guys? Do you not want your timer? Come on. You think I work for free? Please. Hello, Mark. You want a hat?
Jack will give you his.
If you make 300 YouTube accounts and like the stream 300 times, I will personally ship you my NinjaTrader hat. And you might get banned by Google, but don't blame me. Body.
Hourly candle and the 30-minute both look good on NQ for lower.
I do still like my MYM limit. I still have it there. It's getting down there. We're coming close. It's just creeping lower.
$1,000 points.
I don't think I've ever hit an intraday trade for 1,000 points. That's a big boy trade. That's a huge trade. You got to really see it and hold it. I think maybe 600 is probably my largest point trade.
That's a lot too.
Yeah, that is a lot. You really got to see into the future for that one. Got to do one of those temple rubs. Too gently though, so you don't hurt yourself.
Gently, yes. Gold just came back down a bit. If you're still interested.
Yeah, my limit's still where it is. Okay.
How much lower do you have it?
YM's about to fill. Or my gold?
Yeah.
I got too many things on my screen right now. I start moving some stuff around. can't see what's going on. Oh no, I have two. Where is it? See, I'm glad I closed my Russell limit because that would have not worked. It's like my CL's not filling anytime soon. My limit in gold is 21.4.
Looking at your screen. 21.4.
Can't say I've ever taken a 600-point loss in the NASDAQ. I think I usually figure out I'm wrong before that happens. Oh, here we go. YM, show me love. And if this is no love, so this is the settlement of Tuesday roughly in the YM, but if nothing's here, we're going to 54 130s, which would make me think that the indexes are a little weaker.
All right, ES back at previous day low here, which we previously have bounced off of 3 different times. Buyers don't step up here. My 33 target still remains intact.
Kind of like not liking my gold limit anymore, to be honest. But it's about to fill. Ah, 1 tick away. Yeah, RTY, I'm a little, I don't know, kind of like RTY at the bottom of the range if we can get it. Cannot believe that. Thanks, Sapro.
Vape Lord. What a username. Vape Lord says, what a day. ES wants to die and NQ's trying to come back. Yeah. NQ very wiki as usual.
Wiki wow.
But Nvidia is still weak. I'm surprised NQ hasn't given it up a bit more.
Look how close we got to my gold limit.
Oh, let me see. Wait. Oh, what? One tick?
Yeah, looks like it.
Dude, this is the type of stuff that happens to me when I'm trying to take profit overnight while I'm asleep. And then it does a complete Uno reverse on me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I almost don't like it if it comes down again.
Oh, that sucks. 1 tick.
I'd be doing that often.
I hate that. Russell giving it up here, back at its midnight open. That's what, Jack, that's what we should have been in from that 41. I'm sorry, the 40 level that we said earlier on the Russell.
Mm-hmm.
It's now at 28.
Yeah, I can see the Russell coming down to like honestly like 30.20 to 30.25s here.
Yeah, previous day low.
I gotta cancel this. When I don't get filled like I just did in gold, and I'm gonna cancel that order. It's just kind of
That sucks. It's already up 6 points.
I know. Tell me about it.
Jeff on the wise. Don't feel too bad. I mean, you just saw me being on the wrong side, just being early every single time on my trades. So definitely don't feel bad. It's
We
just one
don't
of
make
those
mistakes.
days.
We have happy accidents.
One of those days. It'd be like that. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Well, look at where buyers stepped in, guys, on ES. Previous day low.
Look at my YM limit. Ooh, we're holding.
Look how many times this one. You can almost consider this another one. Off the open, and now
Picking back up here in the NASDAQ.
one more time.
Just at a 1 minute ATR bar to the upside here. Yes, Cabbage. Minimizing losses and reducing outsized loss days is very important. Keeping those losses manageable.
I agree. I do agree with you on that.
Let me bottom tick this freaking YM. Move back up to the mids. Midpoint of the prior day in the YM is 54,614. Probably would be my eventual final target. I mean, I have targets all the way up at new highs, but those aren't going to trade today.
Well, NQ hourly went from looking really ugly to now looking not as ugly. It was looking like it was going to close bearish.
If I see a ATR bar immediately reverse, what does that suggest to me? Exhaustion.
Dominic, midpoint of anything should be something you watch. I know Jack always references prior day, but you could do it on the week. You can do it on a gap. Do it on a lot of things. From your high to low, your midpoint is just a very, very important level. And I think once you do it a couple times and you see how price reacts, then you'll start paying attention to it more.
Yeah, if you look at my chart right now, the M2K, the high of the day is the midpoint of the prior day. That blue line on my chart is the midpoints. It's an auto-plotted study I built. But you can see we literally traded it and just faded.
Glenn, I've had more success, or I've seen like better reactions doing high to low. You know, I like to take into account the wicks, but I know people who just do open to close. I think it's just personal preference. What's up, guys?
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing.
We are doing.
Guys take any good trades?
Yeah, I got long like the 260s, 270s earlier. Cut out like here. I trailed out. I should have kept it below the overnight VWAP, but got a little aggressive, got trailed out. So tried to take a short up here. That got stopped out a little above 600 at previous day close. So now just kind of waiting.
Nice.
How'd you guys do?
I took 3 back-to-back manageable L's. The read was on point. The execution was not quite there. Even tried a NQ play, and it reminded me why I don't touch NQ. So good reminder to have, I guess. But yeah, not the best kind of morning for me.
It's only
Jack?
just begun.
This is true, but I think I'm calling it quits here. I gotta step away from the desks anyway. Got an appointment, so just call it a day.
Wow.
Mr.
Yeah.
Cap, to answer your
Yes.
question, I plotted on the previous day, but Mr. Monopoly, hit me up with that question next time I'm on air because that's kind of a long-winded one, and I'm jumping off here.
No, go on. Go on.
No, please.
No, please.
Please. All right, fine.
Please.
You want it answered? All right, the question. Your first TP is 1-to-1 versus via 1.5 ATR stop based on the market being random. To make the TP and stop that makes sense is the entry based on a high time frame ATR extreme. The entry and the management of the trade are separate thought processes. So like here's like, let's just say, I mean, the market is primarily random. Like if you were to have an equidistant stop to an equidistant target in a random market theory, you should have that stop and target hit 50% of the time. So if you can add a little spice on there where you do some TA that's just a little better than 50% of the time, you're getting that first target off, reducing your risk by a third, capturing some profit, and then, looking for trails. Like basically my first ATR target is really just reducing the risk on my initial position. It's great for days where like I'm not feeling extremely confident, or like if I think like, oh, this is like the low of the day, like this is a great trade, we're in a very clear trend and all the things line up, I'll hold, and the reaction is fantastic. Like immediately within 10 minutes, we're going my way. I'll typically drag my targets higher. But like, for instance, in this YM trade, I got in it. So far, we haven't moved past that low. Could we still? Absolutely. But I will, just take a third of that position off as opposed to, trying to guess how high it's going to go. I have no idea, where the market will eventually go. I'm just managing on, reality, like 50% chance we hit my first target before my stop in a random market theory. And then whatever happens after that, I just have to manage. So yeah, that's my answer.
That didn't take too long. That was 2 minutes. You only 1 minute over. I was hoping it'd be an hour.
Yeah, not on that one. I could do a segment on it, but maybe another day.
Okay, well, I think me and Jack are gonna call it here, guys. Thanks, chat, for tuning in. I wish there was better execution on my end, but we live to see another day. And I hope you guys all have a great weekend.
Take care, guys.
See you guys.
Bye, friends.
XY.
Bye.
And we are so back, XY.
That's real trading, guys. Sometimes you get got. Sometimes you get more than you get got.
Good morning, chat.
Good morning. I want to hear more about Nick's 260 entry.
Not a whole lot to talk about. Just kind of playing the bottom edge of I talked about this in my prep too, but like this, whatever, 200s, 270s to kind of, I guess, 200. This is like you can see just based on like the previous structure here. I need to go back to more days to load just because we've had so much, but kind of where we stopped today is like the old value area lows from a lot of weak structure. And I talked about this in my like morning plan of like, I would love an opportunity to buy this somewhere in the 200s if we got a further dip. And when I wrote it, we were trading at like, I don't know, 4 something in the pre-market, 400s, 420s, maybe the 420 guy. Yeah. And I was hopeful or optimistic that we may get a push back down towards 200s just to retest. Like you guys can see all these overlapping like value area lows kind of between like 300 down even to like the 170s, going back into some of the structure from May. So just knowing that that may be a spot that's kind of defended and then just waiting for some buyers to show up. Also, the lovely V range was down there too. So it just kind of gave me some added confluence to add once we saw buyers kind of stepping in there around 260. That was a lucky trade because I didn't get stopped out. I kind of just had my stop at a new low of the day, and which you guys have seen me do 100 times, and it worked out, and I got a good 100 plus points and then 100 or 200, sorry, on the runner. Basically, that got trailed out. So not a bad trade. Did just give back, I don't know, like $1,000 trying to short this off the previous day close. So we'll see. But yeah, that's kind of it. Just long time frame structure, 250s down to 200s was kind of the area that I was looking for potentially stepping in to buy. Room can confirm.
Room confirms everything. Room confirms we are printing money today.
Yes, my my system locks me out after my one trade a month. I take about 8 trades a year, guys. I'm like that. Who's that? I think Jack has talked about it. There's an energy trader that takes like 4 trades a year or something, and is somehow still like outperforms everybody significantly. I don't remember the full context, but something like that. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday when XY and I were on with or maybe it was midweek vibes last night, but I'm weirdly trading a little bit less than I ever have, probably because I'm distracted and doing so many things. And I'm about as profitable as I was from trading a lot more than I used to, but my mental capital is a lot better because I'm not having like outlier red days. I'm not hitting my like daily loss limit, which for me is like $5,000 in futures. Like if I hit that, I should probably be done at the most. So I haven't been doing that. I've just been kind of walking away like $1,000 red, $500 red, and just doing other projects and not seeing anything else that's gotten me back into the markets. Thanks, Candle Nerd.
Candle Nerd, thanks for tuning in and hitting the like, I assume.
Yes. Also, you need to do us that favor here and hit the like. If you hate us, hit the like. If you've enjoyed the stream, hit the like.
That'll teach us a lesson.
Yes. Take it out on us. Don't take it out on NT Live. So you can hit the like anyway.
Well, Lido Trades, I'm sorry to hear that. But who better to ask about how to not take trades outside of your plan than Nick? Nick.
For me, it's literally like, I guess the first piece, you need to have a plan. You need to understand, and then you need to kind of just understand yourself. If you are the type of person that just because the charts are there and you see price moving, that you're going to fire one from the hip, then maybe you need to just be setting alerts at areas in your plan that you are interested in watching the auction. And when we get within maybe a 0.25%, or for something like NQ, maybe within 50 points of that area, set your alerts there. So that, hey, it may bring you back to the chart as we get closer to the spots you're looking to engage, but it takes away that temptation for you to press buttons a little prematurely as price hasn't quite got to a spot that you would like to observe the auction at. That would be the only thing I could suggest. Otherwise, it's just discipline. The charts for me are always still over here. My workstation has just shifted more this way. So I will always still have a chart up in the corner of my eye with alert set and my long time frame, like 1 hour chart, just with boxes and horizontal lines ready to go, so that I just know where we're trading and we approach. If something makes sense, then I flip to my execution chart and potentially would take a trade. Otherwise, I just don't care. I think I've just done enough not back testing, but I've done enough like hard looks in the mirror at the way my mental game kind of is. And I just need to not trade as much. I am just in a much better headspace when I am more patient and waiting for the right opportunity.
I mean, you're getting like more proof of concept of that too lately, right? Because you're trading less and it's just been going better.
Yeah. Like I'm making as much as I did the previous year, and I traded a lot last year, and I am trading significantly less this year. Yet the P&L number hasn't changed that much. So there's two sides there. I think it's allowed me to have a happier medium of autonomy without having to be so locked into the charts 24/7. And it's allowed me to kind of spin up a few side projects, side hustles, side businesses, and side quests. I was saying to XY, I don't even know which version of a LARP I am or what I'm LARPing at every single day. It's all different. Every day I'm apparently LARPing as another hat that I'm wearing.
Lost in the LARP. Am I done trading? I mean, if I weren't on stream right now, absolutely. But I think so. I'm like mentally slowly checking out of like trying to execute stuff. It's two things. I mean, I've made my money. Everyone in the room knows. But secondly, it's still, although NQ is driving up, the profiles structure isn't really, I don't know how to say it other than strong. So let me give you guys some examples. They're building nodes right now. Yes, there's like 3, I guess you can say. But to me, this looks like it could very well settle into one big one. And this really doesn't help here. And ES is still in the middle. Range has narrowed a lot. When I was trading, we were looking at like 35 plus ATR, close to 40. Right now it's 25. So it's going down clearly. As ES was moving up, it still held this profile. So if this was a strong market in either direction, looking at ES's profile, you should see price continuing and building multiple distributions, but it's just one still. So if price were to come down and it's not building anything new, it's probably going to go back. If it's going up and it's not building anything new, it's probably going to go back. If it builds and like stalls and comes back, it's probably just going to still stay in this shape. NQ it's moving up and it's seemingly building multiple, but with ES the way it is, it's hard for me to want to do anything. I feel like I've gotten lucky already on the day. I got 2 trades, so I'll just walk you guys from the start. Got to desk and I'm seeing a really good candle here. It's holding above this zone now, closed well above. We're trading towards the swing high into the next range, which would be this node. I look at the 4-hour, there's like a huge hammer up candle. You guys know I hate fading hammer up candles. I'm either going with it or I'm just not taking any trades. So I was already looking for a long pullback to the 90 MA. We did get that. And I don't know, it was like a 70-point move. Runner gets killed at the end right here. And at some point, I'm looking at the notes and we're trading the edge of node number 2 after leaving number 1. And I'm looking to see, okay, it's on like a really immediate swing basis. It's a lower low. Let's see if we can get a lower high right at this edge. And they like blip right into it. And so I'm short again, catch another like 60 points. On 5 lots, the other 2 came back break even. So I'd consider myself lucky because on this trade, I was on the wrong side, mostly because, well, they went through. And then on this trade, I was on the wrong side because now we're trading back up and then new highs. If anyone was on the stream last night, this was something I harped on for like an hour straight. My mouth was dry because I was harping on following what the market is telling you right now, what has changed, right? And anyone in the room knows, I say, look, if the 90 MA tests, if it's slope, it tests, it holds, no one's surprised. But if it cannot extend, it didn't make a new high, You got to stay frosty. Be prepared for this to be maybe the end of this leg for a good while. And that's why I became open to shorts, right? Two things. Obviously, my day started off bullish bias. I gave you guys all the reasons. We're opening strong. We're moving strong. The EMAs are sloped. But this is also what I was looking at, right? This is a range we did leave, and we did start to build. Yes, we lost this eventually. This low volume spot came back up, but this still could be a spot that they might reoffer. And at the time, this was like a big wick. This candle was a wick going down. So I figured, hey, look, it's possible that this is going to be where the market offers, but most importantly, right now, the market is telling me there is weakness buy side, right? And if I can get a good entry, a clean one, I could risk very little and maybe we'll make the move down. So got that short, took it off as we approached this node right here. So I got really lucky on the covers there, right as they tapped into the prior range. And this is a really big spot for me today in Q because when I got to desk earlier, it was pretty thin up here, and this was the biggest node. So to me, this is the biggest point of contention. Either holds here or we trade under this, and it's probably going to slide down. So I had a plan, traded the long side with it. It went well, not as well as I had hoped, but made plenty. I mean, 70 points. Who's complaining? And then almost, at the drop of a hat, I'm looking short side for a potential short. And so it's important to be more reactive than predictive, which is, again, I harped on this yesterday. I can find myself, on the wrong side, so to speak, but still do fine, still make money, still manage the risk. And after two of those, I think I would consider myself quite lucky to have already made the money. I mean, the ATR, like I said, 2 minutes ago, I said it was 25 now from like 35, 36. It's 21 now. So it's, moving lower. ES is poking the lows again while NQ is working on the highs. Not a fan of that decision spot here for NQ. Yeah, there's a lot going on. So am I going to take another trade? I'm not really incentivized to do so. But hey, if you paid attention last night on the midweek stream, you probably did well today because it all applied almost immediately.
Frank, it'd still be 8 Central Time, 9 Eastern. Nick, I need marriage advice. My wife was heating up a brisket in the microwave. What do I do? Yeah, not that. No, there's nothing wrong with microwave leftover brisket. In the right situation, it needs to be rehydrated a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think microwaving it's okay, but I mean cooking it
leftover
and it's different.
Microwaving is different. There goes that. All right, well, I got stopped trying to leverage into that short there. Whatever. Yeah, so don't do that. Highly recommend though. Something most people don't do. A good leftover brisket fried rice is very good with a good Japanese barbecue sauce. Highly recommend.
Dude, that sounds so good.
It's bomb. It was bomb.
That
It was like
sounds so
this like
good.
smoky, sweet kind of teriyaki kind of flavor. It was amazing.
Sammy asked, does your strategy mostly based on using volume profile and VWAP together? I have a free playbook that might interest you where I show you every little detail in my strategy and what I use.
I literally got stopped out there and now it's going to break.
Go on my Twitter, click the link.
That was rude.
You will find a playbook and everything is in there. It even has pictures.
They literally stopped me out like to the tick.
Where were you short?
I was short like 48s. 648.
Well, I mean, you say it with surprise, but chat, who's surprised?
Room confirm.
Room confirmed. When Nick places a stop, you expect it to go there.
That's gross. Like I hate that. That was looked like a decent short opportunity to kind of fall back into the range.
The chat knows when Nick places a
Wow.
stop, put your order there. The trade's good.
A solid 50
It's
point
just going to
trade
start at the
immediately.
stop.
Immediately. That was to the damn tick. The high of that was 63. And I was short from whatever, 48s. So like a point, I had a 15 point stop. So yeah, there you go. Wow.
Marjorie, yeah, it was a YouTube session. It's free. Just go on our YouTube. Vibes Traders.
Yeah. You can go to
Is the-
vibestraders.com. His playbook, my course. You can learn how to not take trades on my course.
Yeah, the YouTube is the same thing, so you'll find that stuff there. You can go through all the. And Stowe has streams too.
Mhm.
Had Salma was with us on Monday.
She was.
They did Nick real dirty. I mean, that's what the market does. The market moves, and it does Nick dirty.
Yes, it does.
There's rumors that I'm gatekeeping some of my sauce. I mean, possible. Guess we'll never know. I mean, I think if I can get on stream and talk nonstop for an hour straight, it's probably enough sauce. Literally just sold Nick's stop. Congratulations.
You're rich. Congrats.
Literally. This is like the best trade of the day right now so far. Well, since I've looked at a chart. And surprise, surprise, it's happening without Nick.
Every time.
Yes, Rich Pocket. You playbook enjoyer. I can see. Nick, the pacifist trader. Thedley, I forgot. Is it the DLY or Thedley? You gotta tell me again, and I gotta try to remember. Fiber optic, thanks for tuning in, man. I'm loving this short, says Undercover.
I hate
You hear
it.
that, Nick?
I hate everybody. That was like
I'm loving this short.
That was like 100 points. Casually.
Oh shit.
If you took the short off me getting stopped out, congratulations. You
And
are
hit the
probably
like.
going to push us to a new low of the day. And you're all welcome.
The DLY.
But yeah, I never
got
take
it.
trades. This is why, guys.
Okay, I'm getting exposed. XY is the least transparent guru ever. No playbook, no live play-by-play, nothing. Fake P&L. I got all of it.
I still love. Doesn't matter. I can post P&L. Someone's mad. I don't post P&L. Someone's mad.
Post P&L, that's fake. You don't post P&L? I told you this guy never trades.
Yep. Welcome to Twitter and YouTube.
I
Or
think
it's
been
like
a week since I posted
yeah, but this
anything on
is
Twitter.
sim. Like that's a $25,000 payout in sim. Okay.
Where is my last Twitter post? Let me get on. Guys, if you haven't followed me, please do so. I'm not sure what my URL thing is, but it's in the description in the stream.
Yeah, as you can follow me or check out my trader profile on NT, where once again you can learn how the marketing team behind Ninja makes me a trading profile for a guy who doesn't trade.
Last post was July 30. A week ago.
Oh, I'm gonna hate watch this all the way down, aren't I?
Is there any other way? You a D he's a D1 hate watcher. Professional tilter. That's the trick. When he tilts, he does the opposite. He just doesn't even want to trade. Yeah, I got a white shirt on today. Change it up a little bit. Oh my God, that would be great. Someone says production, please put together, I think he means a montage of Nick getting stopped out to the tick and market reversal from all the streams.
It would not shock me if you could actually do that.
It's like a shitty superpower.
Yeah. There was a time I was trying to find, and I found like 6 of them from like the first few months of NT Live when Leo and I were doing a lot of trade the closes together. I think I found like 6 or 7 instances of me causing him to break character and just like completely just start laughing hysterically from just something stupid I said. I was able to find those. This would be harder to find every, I mean, maybe they've already been tracking these things, but to find every instance of me hate watching the market because I got sucked. That's a lot.
Look at ES go. Tricky, tricky. It is tricky. Oh, TVH. Um, he's just kidding, I think. I think. You guys don't have to fight. Nick, your loss gives us confidence that even the best can be stopped.
I mean, everybody, I'm definitely not the best at all.
Actually, the data would have it that you are. I think Nick is he's got the most arena cup titles.
That is actually true.
So look,
I am good at trading a useless sim account with products that I don't normally trade every day. Apparently, I'm really good at just doing that better than most people.
It's like, who would have thought if Nick actually just placed trades all day?
Well,
he'd be
I think
unstoppable.
It's funny, like when you really break it down to what it is, it's like half those products I don't watch, and I'm not using order flow necessarily. Like I'm not using Delta Map and some of these things for these other products. Like it's not built that way. I'm just kind of scaling it back to just basic volume profile, support and resistance, and just kind of eyeballing like aggression on a level 2 DOM with that just basically has the bid and the ask. And you're just kind of watching areas. So I guess it's just like you take away a lot of the tools and you're just back to like support and resistance, volume, and
some price action.
Price action.
Yeah.
And like you don't look at anything else. You're kind of just locked into the basics. And apparently I just can do well.
Yeah, at some point, like with the whole like multiple markets thing, I'm like, if I'm looking at so many markets, I can't really have like a bunch of DOMs up. What would I do? Yeah, but I think you trade for so long too, you develop a lot of intuition.
Mm-hmm.
Like I told you guys before, there were times where I was like traveling and I don't have a DOM, pulled up on the laptop, so I'm just putting on like a 15-second chart in place of it, and it does just fine. I think even a 1 minute trading off the 1 minute Heikin-Ashis by themselves would serve me well too. It's just you're used to seeing what you're used to seeing. The entries definitely wouldn't be as good. The size would have to be smaller because the risk would not be the same, but manageable. How do I use the 15-second? Um, I don't know. I don't really understand. Same way you'd use a 5 minute or 15 minute, just looking at price action. Well, not, I guess, okay, yeah. The difference is I'm not looking at it bar by bar. I don't care what it looks like. I'm not even using bars on a 15-second. I'm just using it and like I'm getting like the vibe of seeing it on the DOM, but through the 15-second chart. So you guys know how I would always show, we'll say like, I guess little micro balances on the DOM, spots where they're building up volume and what's happening to it, right? I would be able to see the same on the 15-second where price is interacting and then it's spending a few minutes or, spending some time auctioning a certain area. Obviously, I have a volume profile up too. And the 15-second would then, price would move away from that little consolidation. And I would pretty much visualize that in the same way that I would on the DOM. It's kind of like not having a volume profile, but if I just saw price only, I could probably draw the volume profile based on seeing price by the candles. And so you kind of attach that back to 15-second and a DOM. So like I said, you do some things long enough, you kind of develop that intuitive pattern recognition, and you can go from there. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. Trader spaghetti. Do I use ES as a leading indicator? I don't have any leading indicators, like in terms of other markets. I find confluence within them. Yeah. So, I knew that the day was going to be annoying when I had a plan, followed it, made the money, and then like in the span of a few minutes, I'm fading that, and I have good reason to, which means it's like, okay, this is kind of finicky because it could do this, it could do this. And then on both trades, my runner doesn't run. It actually comes back. And now they are super divergent. NQ is working at the highs. ES is like straight up stuck in the middle, working lower. The writing was on the wall just like it was yesterday. Hey, this is going to be one of those days probably. I still think there's a pretty decent chance that 1, 2, 3 nodes, it looks like this can all become one in a few hours. Who knows? But it's that kind of day. So I use them together. I hate when they're divergent of each other. And that's exactly what's going on today. The longs were as explained, but the short was seeing ES do what it was doing gave me that extra nudge to try the short for sure. And then when that didn't work, now it's like, okay, well, clearly NQ still wants to work higher. So now it's okay, there are easier conditions to trade, that's for sure. Like the first trade of the day was super textbook, same thing I do all the time. If it's EMA sloped, if I think the market's got good upside, if the bid's stepping out of the 90 EMA, I'm just gonna buy it. And I buy it and it works just like I would hope it does. And that's the easy part, easy trades that you should go for. If anything else requires like a lot of deep analysis, I mean, already you can tell it's not as easy. And then the short was, all right, well, this is pretty much like the seller's only chance right now to get something going here. It's going to happen now, or it's just simply not. And after it kind of happened and then didn't, I'm like, well, okay, what are we doing then? I don't know. Do I mainly trade frame from session volume? Yeah. So when I'm getting to desk, I'm looking at the daily 4 hour real quick, glance, and then I'm here. This is where everything gets framed. It's a 1 hour with the daily profiles. I'm using a 5-day rolling right here. And these are 20, 24, 23, I guess, technically, hour profiles every day, full day. Nick is using a leg to leg and RTH session only.
They really did stop me out, didn't they?
Do I plan on taking a trade? Not right now. There's really nothing that I think I have edge in, truly. You could look at a glance and see, okay, this is a swing low. It's a low volume node. You can long this. Sure, but not while ES is doing this. It's working lower and it's building lower and it's seeking to build further right now. It didn't just build at the new lows. It's seeking to continue its build. NQ, like I said, I think there's a chance that these will merge into one profile, which means price just starts like grinding around these low volume spots, maybe even just this and leaving this up top. Who knows? But I've seen better opportunities pretty much. Again, high time frame. This could be that reoffer right here. It didn't quite get in there, but they tested it, and in about 24 minutes, they're going to likely close a pretty nasty 1 hour candle back into this range, which gives them some steam to continue downwards. And I'd rather not short right now, especially here. So market's really not giving me much. David, that's a good question. He asked, do you have some rules that are a must, or you trade based on knowledge and adjust to each market situation? It's the second part. I will adjust. I trade very intuitively and I will adjust, but I mean, there's always going to be some hard rules. Honestly, I'm having trouble thinking of them because to me, I'm doing the same thing all the time and it's kind of like super baked in, but hard rules, I don't know. What is one hard rule? I will never fade. I will never fade two hammer candles. Here's an example for you. A very recent one. Right here. This is what it looks like. You show me two candles like this, like the wicks, and it's a hammer up candle. I'm not gonna short this. There is no scenario. That's one off the top of my head. I don't know. I mean, it's half a joke and it's half not. We are definitely trading on vibes. And the vibes is like a culmination of all of our experience things we've noticed along the way. It's truly how I trade. Can you show everything you have on your monitors? If you go to my Twitter and click, or you just go to our streams, go to Vibes Traders on YouTube. Every breakdown I show you guys, that's what's on my screens. So it's daily NQ, 4-hour NQ, but like at a glance. I don't use it too much. I just look at it and for like a second and I have what I need. 1 hour ES yellow time, 5-minute NQ. It's in the lounge. It's on the YouTube. 5-minute ES footprint. It's all out there. NQ footprint, it's out there. Everything's out there. Oh, you can
Nick,
ask
do you
Nick.
trade a cash account with a 5K max loss, daily loss limit? In theory, yeah. I mean, guys, that doesn't mean I'm treating like a
Max
prop
loss
account
is
and I hit
different.
it.
Max loss is liquidation.
Yeah,
Daily loss is different.
Daily loss is different, but yeah, I do. Like that's just one of those where that's a number for me. I just am comfortable with. If it doesn't mean I'm hitting it the way I would hit like a daily loss limit in a prop account that's $3,000. Let's say on 150K. Like that's not. Those aren't the same things. That is like my drop dead number that I'm. I am. It's time to walk away. Like clearly. And I said this in the course. You need to have a number. It needs to be a little tighter than you probably should have it. Because if you don't, eventually the market's going to give you one and it's going to be a lot worse. So for me, 5K is a number that I throw out there because I can live with it to fight another day, obviously. But also it stings enough so that if I get close to it, I usually stop before that happens.
We have a question about advice on a 50K prop for 2K drawdown. Is 200 per trade risk good? I would say so. If it's a real cash account, absolutely not. That's way too much. But for a prop account, I would say so. That's fine. Depends how you want to treat it. If you want to treat it like a cash account, that's way too much.
Yeah, guys, everyone's parameters are different. That's just been a comfortable number for me as I've adjusted my life a little bit where, if I do
Morford,
that,
yeah.
if I do that, it doesn't necessarily, if I do it like a day or two in a row, like I'm fine. We're all fine. I just never like letting things snowball.
It never feels good, never ends well. Morford said, just like that, XY went from teacher to student back to teacher again. Room confirmed. Yeah, I'm a scalper, man. I'm a scalper, For those that don't know, in our Discord today, we found that the quote unquote students, as they would refer to themselves, did way better than I did. And so I'm like, okay, well, looks like I'm the student now. And they're gonna host the next streams. I'm gonna be in the chat. But maybe we've reverted again. Maybe it's a choppy situation. Tom Dog, thank you for being a participant in the special lounge. Someone told me that Nick has 20 personal accounts with 5K. Yeah, he's copy trading 20 accounts.
Yeah.
But it ain't Apex. It's personal.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Let's go for base hits, like 200 a day. Hola, man, dude. I appreciate that, Harrison. I mean, I love seeing the dubs in the Discord. That's for sure. I may be lucky for everybody, that I do not subscribe to the theory that me giving away any edge or alpha erodes it for myself in any way. I just don't think so. So I will happily give it, but there are a lot of people who are like, well, I can't give away my edge. It will erode. I don't know. I think what I'm doing is very matter of factly.
I mean,
I'm not
same.
exploiting too much of anything, honestly. It's not like super special. It's just very as it seems. So I don't think it will affect my edge at all. So you guys can have it.
I don't think anything we do as order flow traders is like spooky, mythical,
Right, like secret
complicated.
alpha, right?
It's
Yeah.
like at the end of the day, it's as stupid as this is. Like XY does this with his daily volume profiles and like his boxes and levels. Like it's just when you really drill down to it, it's just simple support and resistance mixed with a little bit of real-time price action. And it doesn't have to be that much more complicated. And that's not something that sells a lot of newsletters and courses and indicators. But that's what when you really drill down to it, it kind of is.
The way I feel about it is it's just support and resistance, but it has stuff that I just want to see. So it's kind of like you show me resistance and I'm like, no, I want to see that there's volume in there. And like, fine, here it is. I'm like, okay, cool. And that's all it is. It's chicken or the egg, who knows? But it's kind of like why I like having the DOM. Seeing it is one thing, but seeing enough to have confidence to just hit the trigger is another thing. And that's what the volume profile gives to me. But at the end of the day, my levels are going to be the same as many other people's levels who don't use a volume profile or order flow. But that's what makes it good. I think if you have a level that no one else has, that level is probably shit. I bet it is. The obvious ones are the best ones. And yes, the sellers love to give levels that nobody else has. Those levels suck. Trust me. Yeah, Jeff, your edge can't be unique and mine can't be either. I mean, how long has it been? And we've all learned something from somewhere. Mostly. I will say I do utilize stuff I've never had someone teach me or seen on the internet, but it's just intuitive things. Yeah. There's nothing like new under the sun. Not yet, at least. $7 per mango is way too much. Yes, be kind. That's what I try to tell my wife. She doesn't care. Yeah, GK1, that's kind of what I think too. I think, hey, look, if giving your edge erodes it because people start to do it, wouldn't it be the opposite? If people keep doing what you're teaching, wouldn't it make it better for your trade? But also there's the point of like say people who arb markets, giving away that edge could definitely ruin you. Yes. But that's like some secret sauce stuff. I don't have any secret sauce. There's nothing I'm doing that's like high level in terms of how complicated it is. It's just very matter of factly. Everyone sees it. So I don't think my edge can honestly be eroded because it's not special. It's not specific. CBD, yeah, I answered this earlier. I frame my trades from session profiles, and then the rest is on, the smaller stuff like price action, footprint, DOM. I mean, if you're asking if it's in that order, not really. Sometimes I don't even use the footprint. Sometimes I see something, I'm looking at price, like this chart right here, and I'm already on the DOM. I'll glance at the footprint for like 1 or 2 seconds just to make sure nothing's wonky or weird. And that's it.
Oh, nice little bid here off the RTH VWAP.
That's a good way to put it. Off rare. It's a good way to put it.
You guys have any thoughts on Gex? It seems everyone is now talking about it. I mean, it's the mythical white fan. I do levels in that realm every day in the Substack thing. I'm also in process of coding it for free for everybody inside the Discord.
Wait,
so
dude, that is crazy knowledge drop. But the people want the derby.
Oh yeah, the derby.
Vibes derby.
The vibe Tucky derby, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. It's 2.0 is finished, guys. We'll do that not this week because I'm going to be ripping apart my desk the second I'm off this stream. So we'll do one next week for sure.
Oh, here, Nick, you got gamma questions. Gex. I am too small brain.
Well, it depends. Gex. Does Gex need open interest? Or sorry, not open interest. Does Gex need real-time data? Depends on what you're looking at. If you're trying to reprice it for end of day or intraday or zero DTEs, yes, you would actually need live data. Otherwise, most of the more long time frame levels, you can calculate yourself every single day with simple arithmetic and the open interest from any options chain. Like you can start really looking at it. You could export it and know how to manipulate it to the point where it spits out what those approximate levels are. It's not complicated. So I'm working on doing it for a wide range of symbols. There's a lot of services out there. I'm going to give it away for free. Gamma converted from QQQ to NQ. Yeah, that's one of them. Morford. Yeah. Remind me next week and shoot me a message about it. And we can kind of put our brains together because there's a few things I'm struggling to figure out. One of them is a real-time data thing. The other piece, but I'm curious to see how you might have had something set up. We can talk about it. XY, who taught you how to trade? What resources did you use? Did you fail with only price action?
Oh my God, I try my best to tell everyone, just try everything, honestly. I've tried everything. I've gave everything a shot, and that's how my trading is weird now. Like, you can call me a price action trader, you can call me an order flow trader. I got squiggly lines. I just tried so many things, and I kept what worked for me. So everything works, but what works for me? It was a journey of trying it, failing with most, or just not finding usefulness in most. And now I have order flow the way I like to see it. I got price action. I got squiggly lines, VWAP, EMAs, but only on a 5-minute time frame. Like it's very tailored to myself because I've tried so many things. Did price action not work out? I think it worked out fine, but it was the very beginnings of me trying to actually day trade. So I don't know what it would be like if I just stuck with that only, but I do know it wouldn't be as good as it is now. Order flow stuff, man, a lot of YouTube, a lot of Axia, and OFL. Being an OFL expedited it like exponentially, I would say, because not only is the community super helpful, there's a lot of content in there too that drive you towards the right direction. And then when you're using the tools, the executional tools, you start to develop the intuition too. You get used to like, oh, this is usually when this will fire off, when that will fire off. And then you kind of like psychologically reverse engineer that in your mind. You're like, okay, now I'm getting used to kind of knowing, okay, this is about to print right now, and this is what it always looks like on the footprint or on the DOM. And then your mind is already like baking in that pattern recognition. So that expedited a lot on the order flow stuff. And then if you become proficient with auction market theory, everything kind of comes together. So I would say focus on auction market theory if you care about what I have to say.
That's what I'm focusing on.
I didn't try moon cycles. No, I won't. or Elliott wave. Those two, no, I did not.
The astrological cycles are a thing, man.
Have you tried? Have you tried it?
Well, not for a while.
Not for a while, so you have.
I have it way back in the day. Yeah.
All right, guys.
We had a dude on our stream, Michael Liddick, who used to use them all the time. He swore by them.
And what is your opinion on moon cycle trading?
I got enough stuff to worry about. That's not one of them.
There you have it, guys. Jim is ambiguous about moon cycle trading.
Any of you guys in a position still or no?
No.
Nope. I got stopped up there near the highs on the short.
So I mean, do we have a hangover right now, or after the big party we had the last 4 days, or are we just waiting for an enjoyment report on Friday?
I mean, could say a little bit of both. Not the greatest of structure for those 2 days move up. So any decent amount of selling could shake out some weak-handed longs, I guess, trying to call bottom. But we'll see.
I mean, I think it's the what is this? So 28.8 to 29.9. Am I taking crazy pills? It's 1100 range in 1 day.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you're not. I mean, the E-mini S&P's had 45% of its 34-day average. It's tiny.
Yeah, it would be insane not to expect 1100 points of a range on a day that closes at the very high of it.
Yeah.
To not see any retrace. We're barely like halfway through.
Yeah.
If even. So
yeah.
I think it's just, this is normal.
Well, I appreciate you guys as usual. Thank you for being part of NinjaTrader Live. And let's give these guys a round of applause for a job well done. This afternoon, don't forget, regular 2 o'clock start. Shy Girl is doing an afternoon update. And then we will have Leo the Big Cat, Christian Trading Boxes, and Stowe joining us to trade the close. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about still this afternoon. And I'm just going to leave Nick with this one last thought. I need some help, man. I started using Claude, and my blood pressure is now like I got to go to the doctor.
I love how I'm now the resident AI guy, apparently.
Yes.
Dude, I mean, is it common to get mad at it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. All right. I don't feel bad then. Any event, thanks guys. Appreciate you. Will I see either of you tomorrow? I don't think so.
I will be on with Chris.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be on. I'll see you tomorrow, I think, XY. I won't see you, Nick. You have a great weekend, Nick.
Thanks, Jim. You too.
All right.
See you guys.
Let's get in. Let's do a quick edge report and we're on the morning stream. All right, E-mini S&P real quick, 15-minute chart up on the screen right now. I have the edge full stat up there for full display, 6-month look back, regular trading hours, and I'm using candle closes, 72% chance single break, which we have achieved. These white lines here are framing the initial balance, high and low. We broke down below right now, 20% chance of a double break. So 1 in 5 chance we're going to come all the way back up. And get above that, pretty much it would be session highs almost, give or take. And then 8% chance of no break. Well, there's a break. So that 8% is out the window. Now, the interesting part is the low of the IB formed first. And statistically, we should have had a breakout to the upside. We had the opposite. Now, it's a small range day today. So that's kind of making today unique. 45% of that. Only 41.5 points, by the way, of the 34-day average that we track here. on the platform. And we're, the 14-period ATR is 99. So again, really tight range today. The market profile is developing a P-shaped volumes profile so far. Point of control is still pretty good, but the VWAP is sloping below that. That's a little bit of a warning sign flag on the field. Oops, sorry about that. We're talking 55 even is that point of control right now. So I'm going to keep an eye on how much volume actually builds below here as the day progresses. We just tagged S1, perfectly legit measure right there, 77.30. I'll round it up. It's actually 77.29 and 3/4 would be a better number. So again, we'll see if that holds or not. Targets below though. We have that 0DT put support. Remember, it's 7,700 right by S2. And then we have that one-day min right below that, and that's approximately right below. So it's approximately 94, 76.94 on the downside, along with the blind spot. So a cluster of areas of interest right there, down at 7,700. Above, should we get a rally going, we have to take out that 0DTE high vol level at 77.60. That's kind of an important number for me anyway. And then if we do make new highs, that pivots right there, 74. We'll round up to 75. Jack's one at 77.80. It's kind of an odd number for Jack's number, but it's legit. And then at 0DTE call resistance level at 7,800. But so far, it's pretty tight range today as we see across many of these different marketplaces. Yeah, you see a lot of red on the quote board today, but crude's ripping kind of high, 3.46%, probably causing a little bit of a drag here on many of these markets that we're looking at right now. And then the Treasury bonds, 119.14, we're below. Let me just show that really quickly here. I know we're in extra innings here, guys. Hang tight with me. Let me pull that chart up really quickly here because we did break through that 109.16 level, which is really kind of important. That's that 0DTE high vol level. We have officially now one candle close below it. The second candle is not retracing back up yet. We're only two ticks away, S1. But we get candles closing below that HVL level here. It's going to be trouble and problematic for the 30-year bonds. We had a little bit of retracement back up during the initial balance, but didn't last. Trading below VWAP right now. So keep my eye on that as well going forward this afternoon. Appreciate everybody being here with us and listening to us on NinjaTrader Live. We had a great morning so far, and I'm looking forward to a great afternoon. Thank you for the subscriptions and the thumbs up. It means a lot to me. Really appreciate that as well. And also the camaraderie in the chat's been awesome. So I will be kind. I'll be kind to Claude, but man, it gets you mad. In any event, having said all that, appreciate everybody. Have a nice lunch. We'll see you this afternoon.